भगात्मे गुरुवात्मे 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 अस्माकमे मुक्तिकाकमे त्रिपुष्टमे श्यामंचमे लोहंचमे कृष्णमा वीरुधर्षमो हृदयचमे कृष्णवत्संचमे कृष्णवत्संचमे ग्राम्याचमे सयज्ञे कल्पन्तां वित्तंचमे वित्तेचमे भूतंचमे भूतेचमे वसुचमे वसुचमे कर्मचमे शक्तिचमे धर्षमे वैष्णवैष्णवमे गतिचमे अग्निचमे इंद्रचमे सोमचमे इंद्रचमे 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 वरुणचमे इंद्रचमे त्वष्टाचमे दाताचमे इंद्रचमे विष्णुचमे इंद्रचमे ईश्वरचमे इंद्रचमे मरुतचमे विश्वेचमे देवा इंद्रचमे पृथ्वीचमे इंद्रचमे अंतरिक्षचमे इंद्रचमे द्यौचमे इंद्रचमे दिशचमे इंद्रचमे प्रजापतिचमे इंद्रचमे अकुशचमे लक्ष्मीचमे आभ्यचमे जगदचमे प्रत्यप्रस्थानचमे शुक्रचमे मंत्रीचमाग्रहणचमे ध्रुवचमे वैश्वानरचमे ग्रह ग्राह्याचमे इंद्राग्रचमे वैश्वदेवचमे मनुष्यदेया नृचमादित्यचमे सावित्रचमे सारस्वतचमे वादेवचमे आर्योजनचमे विध्वचमे वरेचमे वेदिचमे नित्याचमे आचमे ग्रावाणचमे सरवचमे भरवाचमे गणेशमे द्रोणकलशचमे अग्निश्चमे गर्भचमे पृथ्वीचमे दिदिश्चमे द्यौश्चमे शक्वरीरचमे जयेन्द्रचमे सामचमे स्तोमश्चमे यजुश्चमे वश्चमर्दुश्चमे प्रसञ्चमे होरात्रयो मुर्वृषापरात्मसन्तरेशमे यज्ञेयकल्पेताम् गर्भाश्चमे तार्चमे नित्यमे पंचाविष्टमे पंचा त्रिवत्सचमे त्रिवत्साचमे तुर्यवाट्चमे तुर्यवहेशमे पट्टवाचमे प्राणो यज्ञेन कल्पतां उपानो यज्ञेन कल्पतां व्यानो यज्ञेन कल्पतां चक्षुर्यज्ञेन कल्पतां श्रोत्रं कल्पतां मनो यज्ञेन कल्पतां वाक् यज्ञेन कल्पताम् आत्मा साञ्यज्ञो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् एकाचमे सप्तमे पंचमे एकविंशतिमे त्रयोविंशतिमे पंचविंशतिमे सप्तविंशतिमे नवविंशतिमे एकत्रिंशतिमे त्रयस्त्रिंशतिमे चतुस्रश्चमे पंचमे द्वादशमे त्रिंशतिशमे चतुर्विंशतिशमे अष्टाविंशतिशमे द्वात्रिंशतिशमे षट्त्रिंशतिशमे चतुश्चत्वारिंशतिशमे अष्टाचत्वारिंशतिशमे प्रसवश्चाप्यश्चक्रगच्छान्त्याश्च भुवनश्च भुवनश्चाधिपतिश्च विलादेवो मधुर्यदेवीर्भ्रातृतिरुक्तामधानि मधुमनिषे मधुजनिषे मधु वक्ष्यामि मधु वदिष्यामि मधुमते यो वाचमुद्यातमनुष्ठेऽहं देव पितरो न वदन्तो ओम शांति शांति शांति। सहस्राक्ष सहस्रपाद अत्यदुष्टदशाङ्गुलं यद्भूतं यच्च भव्यं यदन्येनातिरोहते अतो ज्ञाय पुष्यपौरुषः त्रिपादस्यामृतं दिवि तादो वोत्सेहा भुवात्मनः दाशनानि शने अधीं विराजो अधिपुरुषः पश्चात् भूमिमथो पुरः देवा यज्ञमतन्वता ग्रीष्म इष्म शरद्धवेः त्रिसप्तसमिधः कृताः अबध्नन् पुरुषं पशुं पुरुषं जातमग्रतः आख्याऋषयच्छये समृद्धं मृदाद्याम् आरण्यान् ग्राम्याश्चये ऋतः सामानि यज्ञरे यजस्तस्मादजायता ये केचोऽभ्यादतः तस्माज्जाता अजापयः प्रतिधाव्यकल्पयन् बाहूरूपादामुच्येते बाहुराजन्यः कृतः पद्भ्यामुषूद्रो अजायत चक्षुः सूर्यो जायत प्राणाद्वायुर्जायत शीर्ष्णौ द्यौ समवर्तत तथा लोकागुह कल्पयन् आदित्यवर्णं तमसत्कुपाले नामानि कृत्वा विपदनीयदास्ते शत्रः प्रविद्वान् प्रजनत्वतस्रः नान्यः पन्था अयनाय विद्यते तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् यत्र पूर्वे साक्षात् सन्ति देवाः विश्वकर्मणः समवर्तताखे तत्पुरुषस्य विश्वमाजानपुत्रे आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् नान्यः पन्था विद्यते जनाय अजायमानो बहुधा विजायते रीचीनां वदनिच्छन्ति वेदसः यो देवानां पुरोहितः ऊर्जाय ब्राह्मणे देवाग्रे तदब्रुवन् तच्च देवा धम्मशे अहोरात्रे पार्श्वे अश्विनं व्यात्तम् अमुं मनीषाण तात्रशीर्षं देवं विश्वाक्षं विश्वशम्भवम् विश्वतः परमान् नित्यं विश्वन्नारायणं हरिं पतिं विश्वस्यात्मेश्वरं शाश्वतं शिवमच्युतम् नारायणपरो ज्योतिरात्मा नारायणः परः नारायणपरो ध्याताध्यानं नारायणः परः अन्तर्बहिश्च तत्सर्वं व्याप्य नारायणस्थितः पद्मकोशप्रतीकाशोदयं चाप्यथोमुखम् ज्वालमालाकुलं भाति विश्वस्यायतनं महत् तस्यान्ते दृशौ सूक्ष्मं तस्मिन् सर्वं प्रतिष्ठितम् सौग्रभुग्भजं तिष्ठन्नाहारविजरक्षभिः सन्तापयति स्वन्देहमापादतलमस्तकः नीलतो यथमध्यस्ताद्विद्युल्लेखे बभास्वरा तस्याः शिखाया मध्ये परमात्मा व्यवस्थितः कृतं सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् नारायणाय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि विष्णोर्नुकं वीर्याणि प्रभोषञ्च पार्थिवानि विममेरजागं नत्रे भूर्वायो विष्णोर्राटवस विष्णोः पृष्ठवस विष्णोश्चप्रेस्थ विष्णोस्योरसि विष्णोर्ध्रुवमसि वैष्णवमसि विष्णवे त्वा जातवेदसे ध्रुवाम सोममराति यतो निजः वेदः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलं तें वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टाम् अग्ने त्वं कार्यानव्यो अस्मान् पतिधृति दुर्गाणि विश्वानि नो दुर्गः जातवेदस्सिन्दन्दनागादृशाति वर्षे प्रजनाजतमुथः मानमुग्रमग्निगुहुवेव परमात्सधत्तात् रत्नोषिकबीज्योद्भरेषु सनाच्यभूतानन्यश्च तत्से ओभिर्जुष्टमयजो विदिक्तं तवे इन्द्रविष्णो ननुसञ्जरेम आद्याजनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि हिरण्यवर्णां हरिणीं सुवर्णरजतस्रजां तां महावह जातवेदो लक्ष्मीवनपगामिनीम् अश्वपूर्वावृथमध्यावस्तिनादप्रबोधिनीम् आगुलोत्कृतां हिरण्यप्राकाराम् आर्द्रां ज्वलन्तीं तृप्तां तर्पयन्तीम् चन्द्रां प्रभासाञ्जलदाज्वलन्तीं प्रियं लोके देवजुष्टामुदाराम् आदित्यवर्णे तपसोऽधि जातो वनस्पतिस्तव वृक्षोऽथ बिल्वः उपैति मां देवसुतकीर्तिश्रमणिनाथः शुक्तिवातामनान्येष्ठामलक्ष्मीर्नाशयाम्यहम् अन्तद्वारां दुरातॄणां नित्यपुष्टां करीशिनीं मनसः काममाकोतिं वाचः सत्यमशीमहे कर्दमेन प्रजा भूता मयि सम्भव कर्दमा आपत्सृजन्तु स्निग्धां चक्री तव समे गृहे आर्द्रां पुष्करणीं पुष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीम् आर्द्रां यःकर्णीं यष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीम् तां महावहजातवेदो लक्ष्मीमनपगामिनीम् महादेव्यै च विद्महे विष्णुपत्न्यै च धीमहि श्रीर्वर्चस्वमामिक्षमारोग्यमाभिधाच्छोभमानं महीयते जगर्श्वैरसमाजितैः इन्द्रायाजिसहस्रयुग वायुश्वेतसुखदृगः यत्यास्तेन चिरास्तवाम् ॐ तद्ब्रह्मा ॐ तदात्मा ॐ तत्सर्वम् अन्तश्चरति भूतेषु गुहायां विश्वमूर्तिषु तारत्वमिन्द्रसूत्रत्वं विष्णु सन्तदाप आपो ज्योतिरथोऽमृतं ब्रह्मभूर्भुवस्सु वरुण तद्दुरात्मया कर्मगज्जलं कृतिमहोदधौ वदनकारणं फलमशाश्वतं गतिनिरोधकम् ईश्वरात्मिकं नेच्छयाकृतं शोधकं मुक्तिसाधकं कायवाङ्मना कार्यमुत्तमं भोजनं जपा चिन्तनं क्रमः जगतैषधीर्युक्तदेवनं उत्तमस्तवा उत्तमन्वता चित्तजञ्जपा ध्यानमुत्तमं आज्ञधारया श्रोतसाधनं सरलकुन्दनं वेदभावनात् सोऽहमित्यसौ भावनामिदा पावनि भक्तिस्थले मना भक्तियोगो दार्शनिकं वायुरोधनाल्लीयते मनः जालभक्षिवद्रोधसाधनं चित्तवायव चित्रयाजिता आत्मयोगये शक्तिमूलकः भयविनाशने भयरोधने भयगतं पुनर्भवति नोमृतं प्राणबन्धनाल्लीनमानसम् एकचिन्तनान्नाशमेतदा नष्टमानसोत्कृष्टयोगिनः नृत्यमस्तिं दृश्यवाहितं चित्वदर्शनं तत्त्वदर्शनं मानसन्तकिं मार्गणे नैव मानसं मार्गार्जुनं वृत्तयस्वाहं वृत्तिमाश्रिताः वृत्तयो विद्यां अहमयं कुतो भवति चिन्मतः अयि पदध्यानं निजविचारणम् अहमिनाशवाद्यमहन्तया वरदस्वयं परमपूर्णतः इदमहं वदामिक्षमन्धान् अहमिलीयुगे विग्रहे त्वया प्राणधीतमः अहमेकसा तत्त्वभाषिका चित्तवेदना सत्यया ईशजीवयोर्वेषधीमिता सत्त्वभावतोर्वत्यकेव देशानता आत्मदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनं स्वात्मरूपता आत्मसंस्थिते स्वात्मदर्शनम् आत्मनिर्भयादात्मनिष्ठता ज्ञानवर्जिता ज्ञानजीविता ज्ञानमस्ति किं ज्ञातुमन्तरं किं स्वरूपमेत्यात्मदर्शने अव्यया भवा पूर्णचित्सुखं वन्द्यमुच्यते गम्भरं विन्दते हरेर्वसुदैविका अहमपेतकं निजविभावितं महदिदन्तको रमणः कर्मणामप्रजयातरे त्यागे
நினைவெல்லாம் நீயே கனவெல்லாம் நீ ஐயனே மனமெல்லாம் நீயே நினைவெல்லாம் நீயே கனவெல்லாம் நீ ஐயனே விழியெல்லாம் நீயே மொழியெல்லாம் நீயே விழியெல்லாம் நீயே மொழியெல்லாம் நீயே அருள் பொழியலாம் நீ மெய்யனே மனமெல்லாம் நீயே நினைவெல்லாம் நீயே கனவெல்லாம் நீ ஐயனே விழியெல்லாம் நீயே மொழியெல்லாம் நீயே அருள் பொழியலாம் நீ மெய்யனே மலர் தூவிய மனமோகனா உன் வெளிர் பாதமே பணிந்தோம் மலர் தூவிய மனமோகனா உன் வெளிர் பாதமே பணிந்தோம் திருவண்ணாமலையாண்டிடும் மாதேவனே எமையாண்டிட வேண்டினோம்.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to all devotees of Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi for the annual Saranagati program. Saranagati as a program, to give you all an introduction, started in the year 2007 by a small group of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi devotees based out of Connecticut, and Dr. Aruna Ramkumar and Dr. Ramkumar Shankaran initiated this program, and we all got together to understand that the two paths suggested by Bhagavan, one is through self-inquiry, and the other path is through surrender. When we started discussing about surrender, Saranagati, in our bi-weekly Satsang group meetings in Connecticut. We also had a very, we still do have a very senior devotee in Gopal Sharma uncle and Malati auntie, who are all guiding lights to understanding what is the core meaning of surrender to Bhagavan. Our present President Anand, Ramanan, and Nitya were also part of these programs when they used to come and join us. And when we started understanding what is the true meaning of surrender, we read books together, we used to sing together, and something touched the core of the being. The experiences of devotees who unconditionally surrendered to the will and the love of Sri Bhagavan. There was no ifs and buts, there were no conditions, there was no expectation. It was just unconditional surrender. Devotees range not just from humans, but there are experiences of animals, plants, mountains, everyone surrendering to his will. So each year, one theme was selected. During the Memorial Day weekend celebrated in North America, the American Memorial Day weekend was dedicated to Saranagati. Aruna and team have put together a beautiful program today to understand the experiences of various devotees and how they surrender to Bhagavan. Even how devotees surrender to Bhagavan happens only by his grace. It happens only because his grace exists. There is no willful decision to surrender. It simply happens because his love and grace takes over you unconditionally. We had various themes about how animals surrendered to Bhagavan, how children were in love with Sri Bhagavan, Bhagavan and various other devotees. Every part of Bhagavan's body, right from his feet to his eyes, all lead you to surrender, all lead you to Saranagati. Every single song that is sung in his praise leads to surrender. So, brothers and sisters, in deep love, in deep affection, we all hope we have a beautiful, beautiful Memorial Day Sunday over here, singing praises of surrender to Sri Bhagavan and also experiencing his blessings, experiencing his grace to only surrender further. And when we say surrender, surrender unconditionally. Especially during this pandemic situation, we see that danger exists, yes, but fear is a choice. This is a great quote once said by a Hollywood actor, Will Smith, and it is so contextual to surrendering our fears, surrendering our anxieties, and everything to him. Because what happens is, Bhagavan is the doer. We are simply pawns in his hand, and we have to simply go with the flow and experience his bliss, experience his grace to the deepest of our beings, to the deepest of our hearts. Of course, before I conclude, Aruna had given me 5 minutes and I'm 6 minutes. So I'll just say one thing. My greatest example of surrender that I have experienced in physical form has been late President Sundaram Mama and they're exemplary devotees of Bhagavan. And I have personally understood from them, learned from them, experienced from them, and felt from their presence about how to surrender. Thank you all so much, and wishing everyone a beautiful, beautiful Saranagati program. And I hope we all have a very, very blissful time. Namo Ramana.
ॐ वन्दे श्रीरमणऋषेराचार्यस्य पदाब्जं यो मे दर्शयतीशं भान्तं ध्वान्तमतीत्य कथया निजया कलुषं हरता करुणानिधिनारुणशैलजुषा खगवाहनभाषिततत्त्वविदा वृषवाहनमौनरहस्यभृता गणरान्मुखसूरिसभागुरुणा गुणसञ्चयरत्नमहोदधिना घनगूढसहस्रकरेण यथा तनुकञ्चुकगुप्तमहामहसा चतुरेण चलेन्द्रियनिग्रहणे पटुना परकीयगुणग्रहणे छलवर्जितमौनसमाधिजुषा बलतर्जितभीकरकामरुषा जठरं समये परिपूरयता कठिनं व्रतमद्रितटे चरता झषकेतनशस्त्रदुरापहृदा कृषिमात्मविबोधविधौ दधता भवभीकरवारिनिधिं तरता करतामरसेन सुपात्रवता स्वदृशाधिकशीतलकान्तिभृता भयमङ्घ्रिसरोजजुषां हरता नमतामतिभक्तिमतान्निधिना घनतापविधूननसन्निधिना यतिधर्मततिं परिपालयता परितश्च तमो विनिवारयता फणिनायकवर्ण्यगुणौघभृता भणितेः प्रियसत्यहिता भणता बहुमानवशादयता सुखिताम् अवमानततेरविदो नवता यतिनामधिपेन कुशाग्रलसन् मतिना धृतिनाशितचित्तभुवा लहरीं प्रमदस्य सदा वहता निहतान्तरशात्रवसंहतिना भगवत्पदमन्यजनासुलभं स्वगुणैरधिगत्य परञ्जयता ममतारहितेन हितेन सतां निहितेन गणप्रभुणा हृदये धरणीधरजाङ्कमपि त्यजता धरणीतलवासितमोधुतये नरवेषभृता नकरन्ध्रकृता रमणेन सनाथमिदं भुवनं परदेशिने वधवलेन वासतः शकलेन वेष्टितकटीविशोभिना वरदेशिकेन नरवेषधारिणा शिखिवाहनेन गुरुमज्जगद्भवेत् अतीतगुणजालाय नैष्ठिकब्रह्मचारिणे नमो मायामनुष्याय गुरवे तारकारये यानायात्रणकेकिनाङ्कुलपतिस्नानाय न स्वर्णदी पानाय क्षितिभृन्महेन्द्रदुहितुर्नस्तन्यदुग्धामृतम् गानाय प्रमथेश्वराः सवयसो नैवात्र वीणाभृतो वासं शोणगिरौ करोषि भगवन् क्रौञ्चाद्रिभेत्तः कुतः एकं वक्त्रमुमाङ्गवासविरहः पाणौ न शक्त्यायुधम् मर्त्यत्वन्न पदाकिने च प्रतना पार्श्वद्वयेनाकिनाम् वेषोऽलं पुनरेशमुग्धनयनप्रच्छादने भूजुषाम् अन्तर्धानमुपैषितारिकरिपोक्वस्तन्यदायादतः केचिद्योगविदां पुरःसर इति प्रज्ञानि बुद्ध्या परे साधुः कश्चिदितीतरे गुरुधिया केऽप्यङ्घ्रिपद्मन्तव सेवन्ते रमणाभिधानमनुजक्षेमाय जातः क्षितौ द्वित्रास्त्वां गिरिजाङ्कपीठनिलयं जानन्ति देवं गुहम् ओङ्कारार्थमुपादिशो भगवते वाणी मनोहारिणे तातायाप्युपदेष्टुमुद्यतमभूत् किञ्चित् त्वदीयं मुखम् ज्येष्ठस्याद्य सहोदरस्य गुरुतां प्राप्तोऽसि धीगौरवात् सुब्रह्मण्यकनिष्ठतामपि गतः सर्वाधिकस्त्वं गुणैः यत्पूर्वं श्रुतिपारदर्शधिषणो द्वैपायनोऽध्यारुहत् पश्चाद्बोधकलाविधूततिमिरः शङ्कापहः शङ्करः तत्संव्रत्यखिलावनीतलजुषामाचार्यसिंहासनम् देवत्वां प्रतिवीक्षते नरतनो गीर्वाणसेनापते धर्मेनाशमुपागते त्रिभुवने पर्याकुले पापतः प्रज्ञाने परितो गिरां वधिमुदा सञ्चार्यमाणे जनैः सद्भावे परमेश्वरस्य च पितुः सन्देहडोलाङ्गते द्वीपः कैतवमर्त्यके कितुरगत्वामन्तराकः सताम् वैराग्यं तपवित्तमस्तु करुणां शक्नोषि हातुं कथम् दूष्यस्तेस्तु समुद्यमः पितृपदध्यानं च किं तादृशम् कामस्तेस्तु विगर्हितो विनमतां रक्षा च किं गर्हिता स्कन्दच्छद्ममनुष्य किन्नु समयं कञ्चित् समुद्वीक्षसे दूरं याहि कुवादधर्मपृषते नेतः परं पङ्गुता दुर्भ्रान्ते भुवनं जहीहि परितो वर्धस्व संसत्सदाम् सोदर्येण समन्वितो भुवमिमां प्राप्तो गुरुग्रामणीः शूरान्तः पुरनेत्रविभ्रमहरो देवो भवानीसुतः जन्मस्थानमवाप्य गुप्तमहमो यो भेदमाधूतवान् भूतानां जरतां पृथग्विदधियामात्मैव यो भासते देहं सर्पमिदं जगच्च विभवादाक्रम्य यः प्रोल्लसत्येकस्तं गुरुमूर्तिमानमतरे लम्बोदरभ्रातरम् अन्तर्यश्च बहिर्विधूततिमिरं ज्योतिर्मयं शाश्वतम् स्थानं प्राप्य विराजते विनमतामज्ञानमुन्मूलयन् पश्यन् विश्वमपीतमुल्लसति यो विश्वस्य पारे परः तस्मै श्रीरमणाय लोकगुरवे शोकस्य हन्त्रे नमः प्रसरतादितशुभविलोकितं रमणते सकृत् फलतु मे कृतं रमणजन्मिना मयि भवां गुरुः अभिद आशयस्तव महानुरुः जगदहं परस्फुरति मे त्रयं सदभिदङ्गिरा तव विसंशयं त्वदुपदेशतो गलति संविदा मयि निरन्यया सदहमोर्भिदा अहमियोऽन्तरस्तममलं हृदि अनुभवेमभोस्तव कृपा यदि न करुणागुणस्तव विदाम्पते हृदयतेजसा सहज भैवते तव तनुर्ज्वलत्यनघविद्युता तव दृगातता लसति भास्वता कबलितं मनस्तव विभो हृदा त्वमसि सन्ततं विलसितो मुदा भुवनभूपतेर्भगवतः कृते भवसि पाचको यमवतां पते नरपशूनिमानहमिताडयन् परशिवौदनं वितनुषे पचन् तिमिराणि न केवलं वचोभिः करुणापाङ्गविलोकितैश्च नृणां हृदये प्रसरन्ति वर्धयन्तं भगवन्तं रमणं गुरुं नमामि भवजलनिधिङ्गाहङ्गाहं चिरादलसालसान् पदजलरुहद्वन्द्वद्वीपं श्रुतास्तव सम्प्रति रमण भगवन् कल्याणानां निकेतनपाहिनः सदयदयया सिक्तैर्भक्तानपाङ्गविलोकितैः यदि न जननीस्तन्यन्दद्याच्छिशोर्पदगागतिः यदि पशुपतिः क्रोधं कुर्यात् पशोरवनं कुतः यदि पदजुषामाचार्यत्वन्निहंसि न संशयम् भ्रमशतपराभूता एते तरन्तु भवं कथम् विशदहसिते पूर्णा शान्तिः सुधाकरसोदरे स्थिरपृथुलजोः पूर्णाशक्तिर्दृशो रतुलार्चिषोः हृदयकमले नित्यानिष्ठा बहिश्च सरत्प्रभे रमण भगवन्तो वा मौनी समस्तवभूतले देवी शक्तिर्यन्दृशो श्रितजनध्वान्तक्षयाधायिनी देवी श्रीर्यमम्बुजाक्षमहिषी वक्त्रे सहस्रच्छदे देवी ब्रह्मवधूर्यं विजयते व्याहारगूढापरा विश्वाचार्यमहानुभावरमण त्वां स्तौतुकः प्राकृतः सोऽहञ्जातो रमण भगवन्पादयोस्ते दविष्ठो यद्यप्यस्मिन् महति समये शक्तिलास्ये प्रवृत्ते सूर्यस्येव ज्वलितमहसो दूरगान्नाथ शक्तिं विश्वस्याग्र्यान्तव मम मनोवीतदुःखं तथापि तद्भागधेयमसमानमनेकमौनिवासार्जितं क्षितिभृतः खलु लोहितस्य अङ्गीचकार भगवान् रमणो महर्षिरन्येषु सत्सु यदिमं बहुषु स्थलेषु शान्तिर्नितान्तमधिका परमास्य शक्तिर्वैराग्यमद्भुततमं करुणातु सान्द्रा ज्ञानं निरस्तकुहनं मधुरं च वृत्तं नृणान्निदर्शनमयं रमणो महर्षिः नारसिंहर्गणपतिर्वासिष्ठो रमणं गुरुं चत्वारिंशन्मितैः पद्यैः स्कन्दांशं स्तुतवान् ऋषिं करुणापूर्णसुधाब्धे कबलितघनविश्वरूपकिरणावल्या अरुणाचलपरमात्मन् अरुणो भवचित्तकञ्चसुविकासाय त्वय्यरुणाचल सर्वं भूत्वा स्थित्वा प्रलीनमेतच्चित्रं हृद्यहमित्यात्मतया नृत्यसि भोस्ते वदन्ति हृदयन्नाम अहमिति कुत आयातीति अन्विष्यान्तः प्रविष्टयात्यमलधिया अवगम्य स्वं रूपं शाम्यत्यरुणाचलत्वयि नदीवाब्धौ त्यक्त्वा विषयं बाह्यं रुद्धप्राणेन रुद्धमनसान्तस्त्वां ध्यायन् पश्यति योगी दीधितिमरुणाचलत्वयि महीयन्ते त्वय्यर्पितमनसा त्वां पश्यन् सर्वं तवाकृतितया सततं भजते नन्यप्रीत्या स जयत्यरुणाचलत्वयि सुखे मग्नः श्रीमद्रमणमहर्षर्दर्शनमरुणाचलस्य देवगिरा पञ्चकमार्या गीतौ रत्नं द्वितमौपनिषदं हि नमः ॐ रुद्राय देवाय नमः ॐ उग्राय देवाय नमः ॐ भीमाय देवाय नमः ॐ महते देवाय नमः ॐ केशवाय नमः ॐ नारायणाय नमः ॐ माधवाय नमः ॐ गोविन्दाय नमः ॐ विष्णवे नमः ॐ मधुसूदनाय नमः ॐ त्रिविक्रमाय नमः ॐ वामनाय नमः ॐ श्रीधराय नमः ॐ ऋषिकेशाय नमः ॐ पद्मनाभाय नमः ॐ दामोदराय नमः ॐ ओंकाररूपाय नमः ॐ नरेन्द्राय नमः ॐ मोहनाशकाय नमः ॐ भगवते नमः ॐ गणपतये नमः ॐ वचद्भवे नमः ॐ तेजस्विने नमः ॐ श्रीनिवासाय नमः ॐ रमणाय नमः ॐ महाबलाय नमः ॐ नारायणाय नमः ॐ यज्ञस्वरूपिणे नमः ॐ श्रीरमणाय नमः ॐ गुरवे नमः ॐ परमगुरवे नमः ॐ परमेष्ठीगुरवे नमः ॐ परात्परगुरवे नमः ॐ श्रीरमणपरब्रह्मणे नमः ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रशस्त्यसाधिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे मे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय
கருணாருணமணி கிரணாவலி நிகர் தருமக்ஷரமண மகிழ்மாலை
தெருநாடிய திருப்படியா தெருமரல் எளிய பரவுதல் பொருளாக
கருணாகர முனி ரமணாரியன் உவகையினார் சொல்லியது கதியாக
அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே அறிவோடும் ஆழ்வார் சிவனுலகாழ்வாரே அருணாச்சலவரக்கேற்ற அக்ஷரமணமாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளி காப்பாயே அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
அழகு சுந்தரம் போல் அகமும் நீயும் ரவினமாயிருப்போம் அருணாச்சலா
அகம்புகுந்தீர்த்துன் அககுகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததன் கொல் அருணாச்சலா
ஆரேக்காயனை ஆண்டனை அகற்றிடு அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா
இப்பழித புனை ஏன் நினைப்பித்தாய் இனியார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா
ஈன்றிடும் அன்னையிற் பெரிதருள் புரிவோய் இதுவோ உனதருள் அருணாச்சலா
உனையே மாற்றி ஓடாதுளத்தின் மேல் உறுதியாயிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
ஊஷோற்றுளம் விடாதுனை கண்டடங்கிட உன்னழகை காட்டருணாச்சலா
என்னை அழித்தில் போதென்னை கலவாவிடில் இதுவோ ஆண்மை அருணாச்சலா
ஏன் இந்த உறக்கம் என்னை பிறர் இழுக்க இது உனக்கழகோ அருணாச்சலா
ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போது அகத்தில் நீ இலையோ அருணாச்சலா
ஒருவனாம் உன்னை ஒளித்தவர் வருவார் உன் சூதே இது அருணாச்சலா
ஓங்கார பொருள் ஒப்புயர்வில்லோய் புனையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா
ஔவை போலெனக்குன் அருளை தந்தனை ஆளுவதுன் கடன் அருணாச்சலா
கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவதவர் பார் அருணாச்சலா
காந்தமிரும்பு போல் கவந்தனை விடாமல் கலந்தனோடிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
கிரியுருவாகிய கிருபை கடலே கிருபை கூர்ந்தருளுவாய் அருணாச்சலா
கீழ்மேலெங்கும் கிடரொளி மணியன் கீழ்மையை பாஷை அருணாச்சலா
குற்றமுற்றறுத்தனை குணமாய் பணித்தாள் குரு உருவாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா
கூர்வாட்கண்ணிய கொடுமையிற்படாதருள் கூர்ந்தனை சேர்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
கெஞ்ச கெஞ்சியும் வஞ்சியாய் கொஞ்சமும் இறங்கில்லை அஞ்சலன்றே அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கேளாதளிக்கும் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கையினில் கனியுன் மெய்ரசம் கொண்டு வகை வெறி கொளவருள் அருணாச்சலா.
கொடியேற்றடியரை கொல்லுரை கட்டி கொண்டங்கள் வாழ்வேன் அருணாச்சலா.
கோபமில் குணத்தோய் குறியாயனை கொள குறையன் செய்தேன் அருணாச்சலா.
கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையே கடை கணி தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா.
சகலமும் விழுங்கும் கதிரொளியின மன ஜல ஜமல அருணாச்சலா.
சாப்பாடுன்னை சாந்துணவாயான் சாந்தமாய் போவன் அருணாச்சலா.
சித்தம் குளிர கதிரத்தம்மை தமுத வகை திரவருள் மதி அருணாச்சலா.
சீரையழித்து நிர்வாணமாய் செய்தருள் சீரையழித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
சுகக்கடல் பொங்க சொல்லுணர்வடங்க சும்மா பொருந்திடங்கருணாச்சலா.
தூது செய்தென்னை சோதியாதினி உன் ஜோதி ஒரு காட்டருணாச்சலா.
செப்படி வித்தை கட்டிப்படி மயக்கு விட்டுருப்படு வித்தை காட்டருணாச்சலா.
தேராயனின்மை நீராயுருகி கண்ணீராட்டழிவேன் அருணாச்சலா.
செய்யன தள்ளில் செய்வினை சுடுமலால் உய்வகையேதுரை அருணாச்சலா.
சொல்லாது சொல்லி நீ சொல்லரனில் என்று சும்மாயிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
சோம்பியாய் சும்மா சுகமுண்டுறங்கிடில் சொல்வேரெங்கதி அருணாச்சலா.
சௌரியம் காட்டினை சழகற்றதென்றே சலியாதிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
யமலியில் கேடா நான் என்னுருதிய நாடினில் நுருவேன் அருணாச்சலா.
ஞானமில்லாதும் ஆசையற்றளவர் ஞானம் தெரித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
இமிரு பொனியும் மலர்நிலை என்றே நேனென்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா.
தத்துவம் தெரியாதனையூற்றாய் தத்துவமிதுவென் அருணாச்சலா.
தானே தானே தத்துவமிதனை தானே காட்டுவாய் அருணாச்சலா.
திரும்பிய கந்தனை தினமக கண்கான் தெரியுமென்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா.
தீரமிலகத்தில் தேடி உண்டனையான் திரும்ப உற்றேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
தூப்பறிவில்லா இப்பிறப்பெண் பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயே அருணாச்சலா.
தூய் மனமொழிய தோயும் உண்மையகம் தோயவே அருளன் அருணாச்சலா.
தெய்வமென்றுன்னை சாரவே என்னை சேர ஒழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
தேடாதுற்றன திருவருள் நிதியகத்தியக்கம் தீர்த்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
தைரியமோடு முன்மையக நாடயம் தட்டழிந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
தொட்டருள் கை நட்டிடாயனிலியன் நட்டமாவே நருள் அருணாச்சலா
தோடமில் நீயகல் தோடொன்றி என்று சந்தோடமொன்றிடவருள் அருணாச்சலா
நகைக்கிடமிலை நின் நாடிய என்னை அருள் நகையிட்டு பாணி அருணாச்சலா
நானிலை நாடிட நானாயொன்றினி தானுவனின்றனை அருணாச்சலா
நின்னெறியரித்தனை நீராக்கிடுமுன் நின் அருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலா
நீனானர புலி நிதகணிமயமா நின்றிடு நிலையருள் அருணாச்சலா
நுண்ணுரு உனையான் விண்ணுரு நன்னிட எண்ணலையிருமென் அருணாச்சலா
நூலறிவறியா பேரையனென்றன் மாலறிவருத்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
நெக்கு நெக்குருகியான் புக்கிடவுனை புகழ் நற்கன நின்றனை அருணாச்சலா
நேசமில் எனக்குன் ஆசையை காட்டினி மோசம் செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலா
நைந்தழி கனியால் நலனில்லை பதத்தில் நாடி உட்கொள் நலம் அருணாச்சலா
நுந்திடாதுந்தனை தந்தனை கொண்டிலை அந்தகனீயன கருணாச்சலா
நோக்கிய கருதிமை தாக்கிய பக்குவமாக்கினி ஆண்டருள் அருணாச்சலா
பற்றிமால் விடந்தலை புற்றிரு முனமருள் பற்றிட அருள் புரி அருணாச்சலா
பார்த்தருள் மாலர பாட்டிலையனின் அருள் பாருணக்கா சொல்வர் அருணாச்சலா
பிரித்து விட்டுனை நேர்பித்தனாக்கினையருள் பீத்தம் தெளி மருந்தருணாச்சலா
வீதியில் உன்னைச்சார் வீதியில் என்னைச் சேர் வீதி உந்தனக்கே அருணாச்சலா
புல்லறிவேதுரை நல்லறிவேதுரை புல்லிடவே அருள் அருணாச்சலா
பூமண மாமணம் பூரண மணங்கொள பூரண மணமருள் அருணாச்சலா
பெயர் நினைத்திடவே பிடித்திழுத்தனையும் பெருமையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா
பேய்த்தனம் விட விடா பேயார் பிடித்தனை பேயனக்கினையன் அருணாச்சலா
பைங்கொடியானான் பற்றின்றி வாடாமல் பற்று கொடாய்க்கா அருணாச்சலா
ஒடியார் மயக்கியன் போதத்தை பறித்து உன் போதத்தை காட்டினை அருணாச்சலா
போக்கும் வரவுமில் பொது வெளியினில் அருள் போராட்டம் காட்டருணாச்சலா
பௌதிக மாமுழல் பற்றற்று நாடு முன் பவிசு கண்டுரவருள் அருணாச்சலா
மலை மருந்திடனி மலை திடவோ அருள் மலை மருந்தாயோளி அருணாச்சலா
மானம் கொண்டொருபவன் மானத்தை அழித்த விமானமில்லாதொளிர் அருணாச்சலா
மிஞ்சிடிற் கெஞ்சிடும் கொஞ்சரறிவனியான் வஞ்சியாதருளனை அருணாச்சலா
மீகாமல் இல்லாமல் மாகாற்றலைகலம் ஆகாமல் காத்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
முடியடி காணா முடிவிடுத்தனை நேர் முடிவிட கடனிலை அருணாச்சலா
மூக்கிலன் முன்காட்டு முகுரமகாதனை தூக்கியனை அருள் அருணாச்சலா
மெய்ய
சேர்ந்து நீ மேன்மையுற்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா.
மைமய நீ தரும் மையினால் உனது உண்மை வசமாகினை அருணாச்சலா.
மொட்டையடித்தனை வெட்ட வெளியில் நீ நட்டமாடினையன் அருணாச்சலா.
மோகம் தவிர்த்து உன் மோகமாய் வைத்துமின் மோகம் தீராயன் அருணாச்சலா.
மௌனியாய் கற்போல் மலராதிருந்தால் மௌனமிதாமோ அருணாச்சலா.
எவனின் வாயில் மண்ணினையட்டி என் பிழை பொழித்த அருணாச்சலா.
யாரும் அறியாதென் மதியினை மருட்டி எவர் கொலை கொண்ட அருணாச்சலா.
ரமணன் என்றுரைத்தேன் ரோஷம் கொள்ளாதனை ரமித்திடச் செய்யவா அருணாச்சலா.
ராப்பகலில்லா பெருவெளி வீட்டில் ரமித்திடுவோம் வா அருணாச்சலா.
லட்சியம் வைத்தருணஸ்திரம் வீட்டனை பட்சித்தாய் பிராணனோடு அருணாச்சலா.
லாபமீக பர லாபமில் என்னையுற்று லாபமெனோற்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
வரும்படி சொல்லிலை வந்தல் படியட வருந்திடும் தலைவிதி அருணாச்சலா.
வாவென்றகம்புக்குன் வாழ்வருளன்றே என் வாழ்விழந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
வேட்டிடு கஷ்டமாம் விட்டிடாதுனையுயிர் வேட்டிட அருள் புரி அருணாச்சலா.
வீடு விட்டேத்துள்ள வீடுபுக்கு பைய உன் வீடு காட்டினை அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
வெளிவிட்டேனும் செயல் வெறுத்திடாதும் அருள் வெளி வீட்டனை கா அருணாச்சலா.
வேதாந்தத்தே வேரற விளங்கும் வேத பொருள் அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
வைதலை வாழ்த்தா வைத்தருட்குடியார் வைத்தனை விடாதருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அம்புவிலாலி போல் அன்புருவு நிலனை அன்பார் கரை தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அருண என்றென்னையான் அருட்கண்ணி பட்டேனும் அருள் வலை தப்புமோ அருணாச்சலா.
சிந்தி தருள் பட சிலந்தி போல் கட்டி சிறையீட்டுண்டனை அருணாச்சலா.
அன்போடு நாமங்கள் அன்பதம் அன்பர் கல்பனாயிடவரும் அருணாச்சலா.
என்போதும் தீனரை இன்புற காத்து நீ எந்நாளும் வாழ்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
என்பொரு கண்பதம் என் சொற்கள் செவியும் என் பொன்மொழி கொளவரும் அருணாச்சலா.
பொறுமையம்பூதர புன் சொல்லை நன் சொல்ல பொறுத்தருளி தம்மின் அருணாச்சலா.
மாலையணி தருணாச்சல ரமணயன் மாலையணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
மாலையடி கருணாச்சல ரமணயன் மாலையணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்ப
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Dear friends in Sri Bhagavan, welcome to the 15th anniversary of the Saranagati celebrations. It seems like only yesterday in 2007 when we had gathered at the homes of Shobana and Prashant in East Lyme and had a day-long brilliant celebration of Sharanagati where we reaffirmed our faith and love and devotion to Sri Bhagavan. Today's, in the same way, I'll continue the reading. This is from Mountain Path, and it is titled The Path to Surrender. And it's from Sri Arthur Osborne with quotations from Bhagavan. Bhakti Marga, the path of love and devotion, worship and surrender is usually considered the very antithesis of self-inquiry, since it is based on the presumption of duality, of worshipper and worshipped, loved and beloved, whereas self-inquiry presumes non-duality. Therefore, theorists are apt to presume that if one is based on truth, the other must be based on error. And in expounding one, they only too often condemn the other. Bhagavan not only recognized both these paths, but guided his followers on them both. He often said, "There are only two ways. Ask yourself, who am I? Or surrender." Devotee. What is unconditional surrender, Bhagavan? If one surrenders completely, there will be no one left to ask questions or to be considered. Either the thoughts are eliminated by holding on to the root thought, I, or one surrenders unconditionally to the higher power. These are the only two ways to realization. Osborne. Self-inquiry dissolves the ego by looking for it and finding it to be non-existent, whereas devotion surrenders the ego. Therefore, both come to the same ego-free goal, which is all that is required. Bhagavan. There are only two ways to conquer destiny or to be independent of it. One is to inquire whose is this destiny is and discover that only the ego is bound by it and not the self, and that the ego is non-existent. The other way is to kill the ego by completely surrendering to the Lord, realizing one's helplessness and saying all the time, quote, "Not I, but thou, O Lord." Giving up all the sense of I and mind and leaving it to the Lord to do what he likes with you. Surrender can never be regarded as complete so long as the devotee wants this or that from the Lord. True surrender is the love of God for the sake of love, nothing else, and even for the sake of salvation. In other words, complete effacement of the ego is necessary to conquer destiny, whether you achieve self-effacement through self-inquiry or through Bhakti Marga. The spark of spiritual knowledge, jnana, will consume all creation, a mountain of gunpowder. Since all the countless worlds are built upon the weak or non-existent foundations of the ego, they all disintegrate when the atom bomb of knowledge falls on them. This is Bhagavan's quote, by the way. All talk of surrender is like stealing sugar from a sugar image of Ganesha and then offering it to the same Ganesha. You say that you offer up your body and soul and all your possessions to God, But were they yours to offer in the first place? At best, you can say, I wrongly imagined till now that these, which are yours, are mine. Now I realize that they are yours and shall no longer act as though they were mine. And this knowledge that there is nothing but God or self, that I and mine do not exist, and that only self exists, is jnana. Osborne. He often explained, however, that true devotion is devotion to self and therefore comes to the same as self inquiry. Bhagwan. It is enough that one surrenders oneself. Surrender is giving oneself up to the original cause of one's being. Do not delude yourself by imagining this source to be some God outside you. One source is within oneself. Give yourself up to it. That means you should seek the source and merge in it. Because you imagine yourself to be out of it, you raise the question, where is the source? Some contend that just as sugar cannot taste its own sweetness, but there must be someone to taste and enjoy it, so an individual cannot be both the supreme and also enjoy the bliss of the state. Therefore, the individuality must be maintained separate from Godhead in order to make enjoyment possible. But is God insentient like sugar? How can one surrender oneself and yet retain one's individuality for supreme enjoyment? Furthermore, they also say that the soul, on reaching the divine region and remaining there, serves the Supreme Being. Can the sound of the word service deceive the Lord? Does he not know? Is he waiting for these people's services? Would he not, the pure consciousness, ask in turn, who are you apart from me that presume to serve me? If, on the other hand, you merge in the self, there will be no individuality left. You will become the source itself. In that case, what is surrender? Who is to surrender? What and to whom? This constitutes devotion, wisdom, and self-inquiry. Among the Vaishnavites, too, Saint Nammalvar says, quote, I was in a maze, clinging to I and mine. I wandered without knowing myself. On realizing myself, I understand that I, myself, and you, and that, mine, that is my possessions, is only yours. Thus, you see, devotion is nothing more than knowing oneself. Osborne. It is obvious that surrender is total uncompromising sense in which Bhagavan demands it is not easy. Bhagavan. As often as one tries to surrender, the ego raises his head and one has to try to suppress it. Surrender is not an easy thing. Killing the ego is not an easy thing. It is only when God Himself, by His grace, draws the mind inwards that complete surrender can be achieved. Dr. Said asked Bhagavan, doesn't total or complete surrender imply that even desire for liberation or God should be given up? Bhagavan. Complete surrender does imply that you should have no desire of your own, that God will alone, that God's will alone is your will and you have no will of your own. Dr. Said. Now that I'm satisfied on that point, I want to know what are the steps by which I can achieve surrender. Bhagwan. There are two ways. One is looking into the source of the I and merging into that source. The other is feeling I am helpless by myself. God alone is all powerful, and except for throwing myself completely on him, there is no other means of safety for me, and that gradually developing the conviction that God alone exists and the ego does not count. Both methods lead to the same goal. Complete surrender is another name for jnana or liberation. Osborne. However, partial surrender can come first and gradually and become more and more complete. Devotee. I feel surrender impossible. Bhagwan. Complete surrender is impossible in the beginning, but partial surrender is possible for all. In course of time, that will lead to complete surrender. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. While on the topic of complete surrender, there can't be a better example of complete surrender and devotion to Atma Vichara than the next speaker, the pleasure of whom and the privilege of introducing to you all is mine. Friends, Michael James needs no introduction. Ever since, as a young man in 1976, he came to Arunachala and spent the next 20 years immersed totally in daily pradakshina and in the translation of Bhagavan's works. He has not veered from the path of devotion and self-inquiry. His complete devotion to his friend Sri Sadhu Om and to his Guru Bhagavan is an inspiration for all of us. He continues to spread the Swanubhuti of Bhagavan's teachings to various satsang groups and is readily available. His website, The Happiness of Beings, is a tremendous source of spiritual knowledge for all earnest seekers. Without further ado, I would request Michael James Ji to address this august audience. Thank you. Namaste, Michael.
Namaste, namaste. What you say about me is very undeserved. Somehow, like all of us, I have been caught in the net of Bhagavan's love. And when Bhagavan loves us so much, we cannot help but at least a little bit loving him in return. Our love is nothing compared to his love. His love is supreme, but his love is infinite, without limit, because he doesn't see us as other than himself. So he loves us as himself. We, on the other hand, have seemingly separated ourselves from him. So we seem to be a finite creature. So even our love is very finite, very partial, and it's mixed up with so many Vishaya vasanas, which are dragging our mind here and there. So none of us Bhagavan's grace is uncaused. It's not that we have ever done anything to deserve Bhagavan's grace. It is grace is his very nature. And all we can do is surrender ourselves to him to the best of our ability. But even to surrender ourselves to him is not possible without his grace. There's a very beautiful verse by Sadhu Om, if I can remember it. Ishtam unikilada et salem sayenan. I will not do any act that is against your will. Ishtam unikilada et solum solenan. I will not do any, I will not say any word that is contrary to your will. I will not think any thought that is not according to your will. That's his resolution. But finally, he ends in the fourth line by saying, Ishtam Ishtamide ninaralal idetri vepaye. That means by your grace, fulfill this wish of mine. That is, I wish nothing but to surrender myself completely to you. But it's only by your grace that that is possible, is the implication. So it's only by his grace, by his love, that we can love him. It's only by his grace that we can surrender ourselves to him. And surrendering ourselves to him is the pinnacle of love, because there's no greater love than to give ourselves entirely. And that's what surrender is. Some people have an idea, but Bhagavan's main teaching is Atma Vichara, self-investigation or self-inquiry. And that surrender is just an alternative. Even some people may consider it to be a second best. But this is a completely wrong understanding of Bhagavan's teaching. Surrender is not an alternative. Surrender is the goal. Surrender means surrender of self-surrender. The term in Sanskrit is Atma Samapanam. Atma here doesn't mean Atman in the sense of Atma Sarupa. It's not our self as we actually are, but our self as ego. So it is this ego that we are to surrender. And what is Bhagavan's teachings all about? Arunachala mena ahamenyane pava ahateve radupaya arunachala. That is whether it's in Arunachala Stuti Panchakam or in Upadesha Numalai, Uladu Napadu and other works, Bhagavan's teachings from beginning to end, it is all about annihilation of ego. What is called self-surrender is just another way of expressing the same thing. Annihilation of ego and self-surrender are one and the same thing. So whether we think we are following the path of vichara or the path of surrender, surrender is our goal, complete, that is to give ourselves entirely to him, that is to dissolve back into the source from which we rose. So self-surrender is our goal. Bhagavan did sometimes say there are two ways, either investigation or surrender. The reason Bhagavan said so is not that these are actually two different paths. They're not actually two different paths, but because people are of different nature, presenting the one path in terms of bhakti, in terms of surrender, appeals to some people. Presenting it in terms of jnana appeals to other people. But to many of us, both appeal. Everything about Bhagavan's teachings appeal. And there really is no difference. Bhagavan made this very clear in the that is the main paragraph in Nana that deals with surrender is the 13th paragraph. And Bhagavan begins that paragraph by giving a very beautiful and very clear definition of what is surrender. What he says in that sentence is, Anma chintane tabira, vera chintane kalambavataku, satram idum kodamo, Apmanishta paranai iripade tanne isanaku alipadam. What that means is Apmanishta paranai iripade means being Apmanishta paran. Apmanishta paran means one who is firmly established as oneself. So being Apmanishta paran, tanne isanaku alipadam, that is giving oneself to God. So how to be Apmanishta paran is what he explains in there's an adverbial clause in which Bhagavan explains that. That is the beginning, the first half of the sentence. In that adverbial clause, what he says is, Atma chintane tabira, accept Atma chintane. Chintana in Sanskrit, is, or chintane in Tamil, means thought. So Atma chintana literally means thought of oneself. But that is just that's another way of expressing self-attentiveness. If we're thinking of ourselves, we're attending to ourselves. Self-attentiveness, that is self-investigation. That is, how do we investigate ourselves? Only by attending to ourselves, by looking at ourselves very carefully. So accept atmachintana, in other words, accept self-attentiveness, vera chintane kalamavadaku, satram idam kodama, without giving even the slightest room to the rising of any other thought, except atmachintana, except self-attentiveness. That is the way, that the implication is, that is the whole sentence, we read it together, is being atmanishtaparan, giving not even the slightest room to the rising of any thought other than self-attentiveness, alone is giving oneself to God. That is the means to be atmanishtaparan, to be firmly established as ourselves, is to be so keenly self-attentive, but we thereby give no room to the rising of any other thoughts. That is, no thought can rise unless we attend to it, because thoughts don't actually exist. They seem to exist only in our view. So if we don't look at them, they don't exist. So there can be, if we attend to ourselves so keenly, but we don't allow our attention to be diverted away to anything else, there'll be no chance for any thought to arise. And thereby we are established in ourselves. And that alone, Bhagavan says, Atmanishtaparanai irpade, that implies alone. This alone is giving ourselves to God. There is a reason for this. That is, as I said, but what we are to surrender is ego. Ego is not, we cannot surrender what we actually are. Our real nature, we cannot surrender. We obviously cannot give up what we actually are. But now we seem to be ego, but ego is not what we actually are. So since ego is only a false awareness of ourselves, we can give it up. But how to give up ego? We need to understand the nature of ego in order to understand the means to give it up. Bhagavan has made this very clear in so many places, that this is one of the core principles of Bhagavan's teachings, but he perhaps expressed it nowhere so succinctly and clearly as in verse 25 of Uludunapadu. What he says in verse 25 of Uludunapadu, he describes ego as a formless phantom. It's formless because it's got no form of its own. It's a phantom because it's got no substance of its own. Since it has neither form nor substance, it doesn't actually exist, but it seems to exist. The substance, but that is, because it has no substance of its own, it needs to borrow its substance from somewhere else. So the substance means existence and awareness, it borrows from Satchit. So that is, Satchit is just the fundamental awareness of our own existence, I am. That is Satchit. So ego borrows that existence and awareness from Satchit, and it borrows the form of a body, and it conflates these two together as I am this body. So as Bhagavan often said, ego is nothing but the false awareness, I am this body. That means the ego is that which is aware of itself as I am this body. So it's neither the body, nor is it Satchit, because as he said in the previous verse, verse 24, the body is Jadu Udul Nanenadu, the insentient body doesn't say I. Doesn't say I is a metaphorical way of saying it's not aware of itself as I. Why? Because it's insentient, it's jada, it's not aware of anything. So the body isn't aware of itself as I. So ego cannot actually be the body because ego is aware. So is ego Satchit? No, it cannot be, because as he says in the next sentence of verse 24, Satchit udiyadu, Satchit doesn't rise. But ego is something that rises between these two, between the body and Satchit. Rising between is again a metaphorical way of saying it. That is, there's no space between Satchit and the body, because Satchit is the substance and the body is just the form. So there's no space between the gold and the gold ring. That is, there's a relation of substance and form. So there's no space between. So what Bhagavan means by in between is it is neither this nor that, but it partakes of the properties of both. So in between, one thing, I, rises as the extent of a body. That one thing, that is Chit Jadagranti, that is Bandham, Jivan, Nupame, the subtle body, the samsara, mind, and ego, and mind. So, this is, so ego is this formless phantom, which is neither Sat-Chit nor is it the body, but it borrows the properties of both. And as Bhagavan says in verse 25, Urupatri undam, grasping form, it comes into existence. Urupatri nikum, grasping form, it stands. Urupatri undu mika ongum, grasping and feeding on forms, it expands, or it greatly expands, it flourishes. It flourishes by grasping and feeding on form. Uruvitu urupatram, leaving one form, it grasps another form. What Bhagavan is indicating here is that grasping form is the very nature of ego. Any form that ego grasps is something other than itself, because ego itself is formless. So how does this formless phantom grasp forms? Grasping here means attending to, being aware of. So being aware of anything other than ourselves is grasping form. So ego comes into existence grasping form, it stands grasping form, and grasping and feeding on forms, it flourishes. So this is the very nature of ego. And if it leaves one form, it grasps another form. But this is the important thing. In the next sentence, Bhagavan says, Tedinal otum pidicum. If sought, it takes flight. That is, if ego, instead of grasping other things, tries to grasp itself, tries to see who am I, it will take flight. Take flight, again, is a metaphorical way of saying it. It will subside and dissolve back into its source. If you see a rope and mistake it to be a snake, and if Bhagavan tells you, no, it's not a snake, it's only a rope, look at it carefully. If you look at it carefully, what do you see? You're looking carefully at the snake, and then suddenly the snake takes flight, because you suddenly see it's not a snake at all, it's a rope. So the snake has taken flight, and what actually exists there, that is what exists. So what the substance of ego, what ego actually is only Sat-Chit. Sat-Chit is not ego, but ego is not, just like the rope is not a snake, but the snake is nothing but a rope. Sat-Chit is not ego, but ego is nothing but Sat-Chit. So if we investigate this ego, it will subside and dissolve back into its source. We will see that it is non-existent. It's what that means. So from this verse, what do we understand? The nature of ego is always grasping form, always grasping things other than itself. So if it investigates it, so only if it, instead of grasping anything else, if it tries to grasp itself, then only will it subside permanently. Then only will it manonasa be attained. So in order to surrender ego, we need to attend to ourselves. That's why Bhagavan says in this sentence, Atma chintane tabira, vera chintane kalambavadiku satram idam kodamul, atmanishta paranayirupde, tane isanaku adipata. That is the only way to give ourselves to God, is to cling so firmly to self-attentiveness that we thereby give no room to the arising of any other thought. So this is what surrender is all about. It's about surrendering ego. However, when we try to surrender this ego, we all face difficulty. The difficulty we face is that we are unwilling to let go of other things. Because we still have desires and attachments, we are unwilling to let go of other things. The seeds of those desires and attachments are what Bhagavan calls Vishaya Vasanas. Vishaya means what he refers to in verse 25 as uru, forms. Any object, any phenomenon, anything other than ourselves is a Vishaya. Vasana means an inclination. So our inclination to attend to and experience anything other than ourselves, that is a Vishaya Vasana. Those are the seeds that give rise to likes, dislikes, desires, attachments. So in order to surrender ourselves, we need our aim is to surrender ego, but in order to surrender ego, ego must first be willing to surrender its will, at least to a great extent, because so long as the ego has a will of its own, it's not going to let go. So in order to let go and surrender itself completely, it needs to surrender its will. This is why surrender is usually expressed in terms of surrendering our will to Bhagavan's will. Not my, as Bhagavan says in verse 2 of Aranaksha Patikam, ninishtum enishtum. Your thought, your wish alone is my wish. I have no will of my own. I only want what you want. Imbadaku, that is happiness for me. So we need to, in order to surrender ourselves, we need to surrender our will. We need to give up all our likes, dislikes, etc. But how to give up all our likes and dislikes? The nature of ego is grasping, as Bhagavan says in that verse 25. The ego will always be grasping something. So the key to giving up likes, dislikes, and so on is bhakti, love. That is only to the extent to which we truly love Bhagavan, we will be willing to give up, will be to let go of other things. So we can weaken our Vishaya vasanas only to the extent that we have love for Bhagavan. What is Bhagavan? Bhagavan is nothing but that which is always shining silently and clearly in our heart as I am. So in order to give ourselves, surrender ourselves, and merge back into that I am, and remain just as that pure I am, we need to have all-consuming love. That is, the more we love Bhagavan, the more we will be willing to let go of other things. So bhakti, that is why Bhagavan often said, bhakti is the mother of jnana. I had lots of other ideas that I wanted to say, but the time I think is fairly limited, and there may be some questions. So maybe I should, I think we've got another 5 or 6 minutes. So if anyone has any questions.
Hi, Michael, you have another 10
Yeah.
minutes for questions and answers. So we have a few questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Are there signposts to say surrender is getting deeper along the way?
The more we are happy and peaceful and calm and unperturbed by whatever may be happening to us, that is, in other words, our detachment. The more we are detached from other things and have love for Bhagavan, the more we are surrendered. But this is not something we can see very easily ourselves, because the more our mind is purified, if you've got a dirty, a really filthy cloth, and you can't see the deepest stains in it. But if you begin to wash that cloth, you remove the more superficial dirt, and then you find the more deeply ingrained dirt. Likewise, in this path, in the spiritual path, we are undergoing a process of purification. The more the mind is purified, what are the impurities? The impurities are Vishaya vasanas. So by this practice of self-investigation and self-surrender, we are weakening the Vishaya vasanas. But when the weaker ones get washed off, as it were, we begin to recognize how deeply rooted some of our Vishaya vasanas are. So the impurities in the mind become clearer to us the more our mind is purified. So that is why if you read any devotional literature, the works of Manikavasika or Murugan or Sadhguru or most of all Bhagavan, they will talk as if they are the worst of the worst. Why is that? Because they're not just, it's not just a show. They're not just putting it, it's what they actually feel. Because when as the mind gets purer and purer, we become more and more painfully aware of the obstacles that stand between us and Bhagavan. The obstacles that stand between us and Bhagavan are nothing but our own desires and attachment, and our unwillingness to let go of everything. So it's really, it may seem after many, many years of sadhana, but we are even worse than we were. That is because previously we weren't able to see our unworthiness so clearly as we now see our unworthiness. So truly speaking, we cannot, there's no clear sign, but we are progressing on this path. Bhagavan often used to say, when people used to ask, Bhagavan, are there any signs of progress? Bhagavan said, the only sign of progress is perseverance. That is, if we are persevering in following this simple path of self-investigation and self-surrender that Bhagavan taught us, that is the sign of progress. Why? Because why do we persevere? Only because of love. What motivates us to follow this path? When there's so many nice things out in this world, the natural tendency of our mind is to go out to all these wonderful things in the world, seemingly wonderful, not really wonderful, but the mind gets enamored with all these things. That is the nature of the mind. So in order to follow this path of self-investigation and self-surrender, without love, nobody is going to follow this path. So to the extent that we are persevering, patiently persevering in following this path, that is the measure of our love. So that's why Bhagavan said, perseverance is the only sign of progress.
From YouTube, we have a question relevant
Yes.
to the answer just now. Can you please share one such experience of surrender in your path to Bhagavan along the way? Just to give a example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bhagavan's path is not about experience. Our aim, if we think of our path in terms of self-investigation, our aim is not to have any experience, it is to investigate and know the reality of the experiencer. If we think of our path in terms of self-surrender, our aim is to surrender the experiencer. That is, who is it who experiences all this? To whom do all experiences occur? Me. That me is ego. Our aim is to investigate and surrender this ego. So talking about experiences is just a distraction. Yes, when we're following the path, all sorts of experiences may come and go. But no, whatever comes and goes, as Bhagavan said, is not real. What is real is only what is ever existing. What is ever existing is only I am. So talking about experiences is just distracting us away from focusing on that which is ever present, that which is ever experienced, that which is nirvisesha. All other experiences are visesha. So we can talk about them, describe them. I had such and such an experience, I had a vision of God, or whatever it is, or I experienced great bliss, or I had a state without thoughts. People describe all sorts of experiences. All those are visesha. Visesha means they have a distinguishing features, distinguishing characteristics. That's why we're able to distinguish one experience from another. But that which is nirvisesha, which has no distinguishing features, that alone is real. That is I am. That is what we are investigating. What is ever present. What is present not only in waking and dream, even in sleep, this is present. It's about one thing underlying all these three states, where one thing underlying all experiences is that fundamental awareness of our own existence, I am. So that alone is real. So let us not worry about whatever experiences come and go, they're not real, so they shouldn't concern us. But so long as we are interested in experiences, our mind is going outwards, away from ourselves, towards something else. So let us know, let us investigate and know the truth of the experiencer, and thereby surrender this experiencer completely.
So along Atma Vichara or self-surrender, along the way,
yes,
how to give up the anger, emotions, ego that comes up repeatedly, and how to see our inner self.
Okay. So long as there are Vishaya Vasanas, the Vishaya Vasanas are the seeds. Those seeds arise, the first manifestation of those seeds is likes and dislikes. Likes and dislikes then sprout into desires, attachments, aversions, fears, and so on. And then the result of having desires, attachments, and so on, all other types of emotions, anger, all these things come. Why are we angry? Because things haven't gone the way we like them to go. If everything is happening as we like it to happen, we're not angry. When something happens that we dislike, we get angry. So anger is caused by our dislikes. The dislikes are nothing but the sprouting of our Vishaya vasanas. So it's at a deep level. In this path of self-investigation and self-surrender, we are tackling the root itself. That is, even these Vishaya vasanas, whose Vishaya vasanas are they? Who is it? Vasana means an inclination. Who is inclined to like this or to dislike that? It is I, it is this ego. So when we're investigating and thereby trying to surrender this ego, we are cutting up a very root. So automatically, if we follow this path, all these other things like anger and things, they will, that is anger behind, what is the energy behind anger? It's that strength of attachment, of desire, of likes and dislikes and so on. The more we are weakening ego, if vasanas are getting weaker, then we will be less affected by anger and things. But even this anger, it is another experience. It's something unreal. Supposing you get, that's why people sometimes say to Bhagavan, oh, Bhagavan, I'm such a bad person. I have so much anger, or I have this or that. Bhagavan said, don't give reality to all these things. Investigate the one who says, I get angry, or I am a sinner. That is in the 10th paragraph of Nana, Bhagavan says, however great a sinner one may be, if one gives it, instead of thinking, oh, I'm a sinner, how can I be saved? One should completely give up, reject the thought that one is a sinner and be steadfast in Swarupa Dhyana, that self-attentiveness. If we do that, then we will certainly be saved. So let us not worry about anger or about anything else. If our interest is in knowing and being what we actually are, and thereby surrendering this ego, anger will be taken care of. That is, it's only when we allow our attention to go away from ourselves that we fall prey to anger or to any Vishaya. That is, as soon as we allow our attention away from ourselves, we're already under the sway of our Vishaya vasanas. And if we allow ourselves to follow the Vishaya vasanas, we begin to like this and dislike that, and then desire this and have aversion for that. And then we have all sorts of hopes, all sorts of fears. And when things don't go our way, we get angry, we get upset, we get depressed. All these are later, all these are signs about how, to the extent to which we've allowed ourselves to be swayed by our Vishaya vasanas. The whole aim of self-investigation and self-surrender is not to allow ourselves to be swayed by our Vishaya vasanas, to cling to that alone, which alone is real. That is I am. The more we cling to I am, the less we are being swayed by our Vishaya vasanas, the less we are yielding ourselves to our Vishaya vasanas. So let us yield ourselves to I am and not to any Vishaya vasanas.
Thank you, James. I have one last question. Do we have to surrender the goal of moksha itself?
That is, Bhagavan has explained this very clearly. Moksha has a meaning only if there's bondage. So long as we write, what is bondage? In verse 24 of Ulujunapadu, Bhagavan said, bondage is nothing but ego. That is, so long as we rise as ego, we seem to be bound. We're bound by so many limitations. But in this path, if we're following the path of, there's only one path, but if we think of that path in terms of investigation, we are investigating the reality of the one who seems to be bound. If we are thinking of it in terms of surrender, we are trying to surrender the one who is bound. In the path of surrender, you don't care about moksha. You want to surrender yourself. So when we talk about moksha, it's as if something we're going to gain at the end. If I do my spiritual sadhana, whatever it is, sooner or later I will get moksha, I will gain mukti. Bhagavan said mukti is not gaining anything, it is losing everything. Because but in the final verse of Uludunapadu, Bhagavan defines mukti as nothing but destruction of ego. So when ego is destroyed, everything goes with it. Because as he says in verse 26 of Uludunapadu, Ahande undayin anetum undahum. If ego comes into existence, everything comes into existence. Ahande indrail indru anetum. If ego doesn't exist, everything doesn't exist. Ahande yabaman. Ego itself is everything. Adalal yadu idu endru nadale ovadal yabamenor. Therefore, know that investigating what this is giving up everything. So moksha is not gaining anything, it is losing everything. When everything is lost, what is always present alone remains. So mukti is what is ever attained. So if we are thinking in terms of I'm going to get mukti, that is a completely wrong understanding, because the I who wants to get mukti has to be destroyed. Then only when it's destroyed, then there is mukti. So who is liberated? It's not the ego. Ego is only going to be destroyed. What is liberated is what is always liberated, which is our real nature. There is never a moment when we are not liberated. But bondage is merely... But bondage seems to be there so long as we seem to be ego. But are we this ego? If we investigate ourselves, we will find we were ever that. So the liberation is the eternal state. All we need to do is to lose the one who is aware of itself as I'm bound to this little body. I'm this small person with all these, so many problems.
Thank you, Michael. Actually, we have 10 plus more questions on YouTube. We're running out of time.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, so we really appreciate your sharing.
It's all Bhagavan. I've not said anything of my own. I've just said what Bhagavan has said, because Bhagavan, everything that we need to understand, Bhagavan has written in his own original works, in Arunachyastuti Panchakam, Upadeshundiya, Uludunapadu, Ekama Panchakam, Anma Vidya, Nana. In these few works, all that we need to understand in order to follow this path, everything Bhagavan has given in such a clear and simple way. So I have nothing of my own to say. I'm only just highlighting what Bhagavan said.
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate your time today with us. So we'll go to the next part of the book. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Several devotees worship Bhagavan as Krishna, Subramanya, or any of their Ishta Devatas. On August 31st, 1896, a very hungry and tired Venkataraman reached the house of Muthukrishna Bhagavatar. The Bhagavatar had a widowed sister who looked after the house. Seeing young Venkataraman on that Gokulashtami day, she looked upon him as Sri Krishna himself coming to her house in the form of a Brahmin youth seeking food. She saw the hungry look on his face and fed him a sumptuous meal. It being a festival day, her joy knew no bounds. She also prepared several sweets to offer to Krishna that evening. She gave a packet of them to her guest even before offering the sweets to Krishna. If Sri Bhagavan was Krishna for the kind lady, he was Subramanya himself for several other devotees, most notably Sri Kavyakanta and Sivapragasam Pillai. In Tirupugar, Subramanya is spoken of as the supreme guru of Jnana, Jnana Pandita Swami. In our Tiruvannamalai, Subramanya gave Upadesa to the composer of Tirupugar, who was named after the Lord of the Hill of the Holy Beacon as Arunagirinada. And that Upadesa was exactly the prescription of our Bhagavan. Summa iru sollare, just be in silence. Just like Sri Bhagavan, who taught by his silence, the Lord of Tirupugar was a nirvachana prasanga, or a discourser in wordlessness. The truth which Sri Bhagavan time and again stressed as throbbing in the heart as the awareness of I, that verily is the Subramanya of the Tirupugar. Naan என்று மார்தட்டும் பெருமாளே, which means, O Lord, who asserts his reality, saying I. The son is identical with the father. In Kumara's emergence, the five-faced Siva is said to have become the six-faced Siva. Kumara is none other than the six sparks of the Siva effulgence, that is Arunachala Jyoti. All this goes perfectly well with our Bhagavan. He too identified himself with Arunachala itself. When Amartanatha Yatindra submitted to Bhagavan the question, who is this Ramana? The following poem was his reply. In the recesses of the lotus-shaped hearts of all, beginning with Vishnu, there shines as pure intellect the Paramatman, who is the same as Arunachala Ramana. When the mind melts with the love of him and reaches the inmost recess of the heart, wherein he dwells as the beloved, the subtle eye of pure intellect opens and he reveals himself as pure consciousness. Now, for a bhajan presentation from Aparna Ramanathan and Ramya Krishnan from the Ottawa Satsang group. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Vipala prana hari nama bina Krishna nama bina. Vipala prana hari nama bina Krishna nama bina. Hridaya deepa hari jyoti bina. Hridaya deepa hari jyoti bina. Bhuvana rupa ravi bhati bina. Bhuvana rupa ravi bhati bina. Hridaya raga hari geeta bina. Hridaya raga hari geeta bina. Geeta bina hari geeta bina. Geeta bina hari geeta bina. Vipala prana hari nama bina Krishna nama bina. Vipala prana hari nama bina Krishna nama bina. Bhuvana jyoti bina. Bhuvana jyoti bina. Jyoti nayana bina. Jyoti nayana bina. Nayana bhava bina. Nayana bhava bina. Bhava prema bina. Bhava prema bina. Prema bhakti bina. Prema bhakti अमर गीत बिना गीत राग बिना राग भजन बिना भजन भक्ति बिना भक्ति विफल हरि नाम बिना नाम बिना कृष्ण 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 नाम बिना विफल प्राण हरि नाम बिना नाम बिना कृष्ण नाम बिना विफल प्राण हरि नाम बिना नाम बिना कृष्ण नाम बिना உனது நாமம் சொல்ல சொல்ல உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே உனது நாமம் சொல்ல சொல்ல உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே எனது மனம் நெகிழ்ந்திடவே இன்ப வெள்ளம் பெருகுதே எனது மனம் நெகிழ்ந்திடவே இன்ப வெள்ளம் பெருகுதே பாடியாடி பணிந்திடவே பரவசமே ஆகுதே பாடியாடி பணிந்திடவே பரவசமே ஆகுதே நீயாடி வரும் அழகை கண்டார் ஆனந்தம் பொங்குதே நீயாடி வரும் அழகை கண்டார் ஆனந்தம் பொங்குதே உனது நாமம் சொல்ல சொல்ல உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே மார்மருகன் முருகன் என்றால் மாதலங்கள் உருகுதே மார்மருகன் முருகன் என்றால் மாதலங்கள் உருகுதே வேல் முருகா வேலா என்றால் வேதனைகள் தீருதே வேல் முருகா வேலா என்றால் வேதனைகள் தீருதே வள்ளிநாதன் என்று சொன்னால் வறுமையெல்லாம் ஓடுதே வள்ளிநாதன் என்று சொன்னால் வறுமையெல்லாம் ஓடுதே புள்ளிமயில் வேலா என்றால் புனித நிலை காணுதே புள்ளிமயில் வேலா என்றால் புனித நிலை காணுதே உனது நாமம் சொல்ல சொல்ல உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே ஷஷ்டி பூஜை செய்ய செய்ய சாபமெல்லாம் தீருதே ஷஷ்டி பூஜை செய்ய செய்ய சாபமெல்லாம் தீருதே இஷ்ட சித்தி என் உள் காண சித்தி என்னுள் காண இன்னதெல்லாம் தீருதே. வாழ்வழி கும்பள்ளல் என்றால் வானமுதம் பொழியுதே. வாழ்வழி கும்பள்ளல் என்றால் வானமுதம் பொழியுதே. ஏழ்மை நீ இல்லை என்று எங்கள் உள்ளம் பாடுதே. ஏழ்மை நீ இல்லை என்று எங்கள் உள்ளம் பாடுதே. உனது நாமம் சொல்ல சொல்ல உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே. எனது மனம் நெகிழ்ந்திடவே இன்ப வெள்ளம் பெருகுதே. பாடி ஆடி பணிந்திடவே பரவசமே ஆகுதே. நீ ஆடி வரும் அழகை கண்டால் ஆனந்தம் பொங்குதே. உனது நாமம் சொல்ல சொல்ல உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே. உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே. உள்ளம் எல்லாம் உருகுதே.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The following is an extract from the article A Mantra for Life and Light Eternal, the Aksharamana, published in October 2020 Mountain Path. And this is on Nama Japa. There is yet another Maha Mantra, the most sacred and therefore the richest gift that Bhagavan has bestowed on humanity out of his infinite compassion. Besides being the greatest mantra, Aksharamana is also a rosary of 108 beads. Each bead, a mantra, in the form of a couplet, is a Chintamani gem capable of yielding whatever is desired. The omnipresent and omnipotent nature of this Nama mantra can well be gauged when Saint Namadev's statement is pondered over. Quote, Atma Sakshatkara is the means to Nama Sakshatkara. Just ask the saints. End quote. Springing from the splendor and silence of the self and couched in the terms of mystic love, this pure and sublime hymn reveals the secret incorporeal heart where the lover of God holds heavenly converse. The intertwining of the spiritual strands of jnana and bhakti make each couplet, each mantra, a nectarine drop from the inner bliss of union with the divine and the effulgence of identity with the Supreme. Hence, for the attainment of enlightenment or the bliss of union, this mantra par excellence is this hymn, Aksharamana. As a Nama Japa, it is beyond compare, for the name is Parabrahman, and it frees the soul from bondage and takes it to the consummation of spiritual life. When the sacred name of Arunachala, which is the name of God, the self, is chanted along with the refrain, the rosary gets repeated many times over with this supreme name. The hallowed name of Arunachala is highly extolled as Jnana Panchakshari. Bhagavan has explained the meaning of the name Arunachala as follows. A in Arunachala means that, Ru means thou, and Na means art. Thus, Aruna means that thou art. In the Guru Sishya tradition, the Guru initiates the disciple by instructing him or her on the Mahavakya, and explains its content. In verse 2 of Navamani Malai, Bhagavan has openly bestowed the Maha Mantra of Arunachala on all devotees, declaring its content and the fruit of repeating it or meditating on it. It has an import, exalted and perfect. Besides being Sachidananda, the union of Jiva and Para, it is also the content of the Mahavakya. That thou art, Tattvamasi. It has the supremely benign quality of granting deliverance the moment it is thought of. Bhagavan's devotees who desire a mantra can regard with certitude this name, Arunachala, to be the mantra given to them directly by Bhagavan. The Arunachala Puranam affirms that the name Arunachala chanted just once equals the chanting of the Panchakshari 3 crore times. The remedy for any malady as prescribed by tradition is Mani Mantra and Aushadam, which is the magic gem and medicine. The mother of all maladies, namely transmigration and rebirth, may require all the three, and Bhagavan has indeed affirmed that the one name is all the three, which is Arunachala. That beautiful and insightful passage was written by Case. To the readers of Mountain Path, they're very familiar with the name Case for the most insightful, deep, devotion-soaked articles that we read on a regular basis. Today, it's my honor and pleasure to introduce the writer of that passage and the writer of many other articles and books and translator of many of the well-known books in Bhagavan Sahitya, Bhagavan literature, Srimati Aparna Krishnamurti. Sri A.S. Krishnamurti and Srimati Aparna have been in Bhagavan's path for over 50 years, and their association with Sri Ramanasramam goes back to the late 1970s. Aparna Amma had the privilege of learning Bhagavan's works directly from T.R. Kanakamal. The bond between the teacher and pupil was one of deep devotion and reverence that even today, when Srimati Aparna speaks about Kanakamal, her childlike enthusiasm sparks through the conversation. Was it any surprise that she was blessed to be with Kanakamal on that glorious and eventful Jayanti day in 2010, when Kanakamal merged into Bhagavan's feet? In the early 2000s, when streams of Western devotees spent hours with Kanakamal to learn Bhagavan's works, it was Srimati Aparna who served as a translator. During this time, she also started translating Kanakamal's writings into English for the Mountain Path and for Sri Ramanasramam publications. Her repertoire of translations includes Kanakamal's commentaries on Arunachala Suti Panchakam and Upadesa Nunmalai, Anuvada Nunmalai, Sri Muruganar's commentary on Ulladhu Narpadu, Sri Muruganar's commentary on Aksharamanammalai, Sadhu Natanananda's commentary on Aksharamanammalai, and the translation of Sri Lakshmana Sharma's Mahayoga into English, from English into Tamil. Today, Srimati Aparna is sharing with us her insights on surrender and some amazing stories of Bhagavan devotees and how they have surrendered to Sri Bhagavan. Again, it's my pleasure and honor to invite Srimati Aparna Krishnamurti. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Let me at the outset extend in the name of Bhagavan greetings to all the fellow devotees of Bhagavan. In Srimad Bhagavatam and Sri Gita, Sri Bhagavan says, "Wherever people gather in my name and speak of me in love and devotion, my presence will be there." Devout Christians also affirm a similar assurance by Lord Jesus Christ. True, there is no place where Bhagavan is not. But in satsangs like these, where people from various parts meet, that his presence will be palpably felt is beyond doubt. All beings in their essence, power and presence are that the supreme, pure being, awareness and bliss. A return to this essential nature of ours is liberation from the bondage of enslavement to world and objects, including mind and body. A return to this essential nature of ours can be accomplished either by submitting to the Lord in love and total surrender, or by devotional enquiry of who am I. Both lead to the ascent of man into God, and thus proving the truth. To know God is to be God. God is love. Sage Narada says, God as Parama Prema Swarupa, in the form of supreme love. When one takes one step towards the Lord in love and devotion, the God takes 9 steps towards him, is a famous quote from Sri Ramakrishna. The saying of the Sufi saints completes it, saying, when the devotee walks, the Lord runs. When the devotee runs, the Lord flies. Loving God for the sake of God, a devotee stations his mind and heart firmly in Him and prays to be absorbed in Him. He surrenders his self and possessions to the Lord of mercy and comes to realize, I am not, and all that is He. This perfect self surrender leaves a residuum of God in which the individual is totally lost. Manivachakar speaks of this, approaching and approaching, getting worn out into an atom, and finally merging with him. This is the highest form of devotion called prapatti, surrender, or parabhakti. This prapatti is the essence of the teaching of Bhagavad Gita too. The Lord says to such a person of steadfast wisdom, namely steadfast devotion, avikampa yoga, that is a mind that wavers not, he would bestow buddhi yoga, the lamp of jnana, by which he perceives the one in all that he sees, in all forms that change. In fact, this yoga of surrender, yoking oneself to the Lord in surrender, is basic and integral to all the other yogas mentioned in the Gita. The one who has surrendered to the divine only can work with no self-interest, unconcerned about the results and accepting them as they turn out. In fact, Sannyasa yoga is just Samarpana yoga, that is the yoga of surrender. The Upanishads declare that Atman reveals the self to him who chooses the self. In enquiry, the search for Atman, thoughts are eliminated by holding on to the root thought I. Here, the mind control, or rather the stillness of it, is achieved by complete surrender. Then the mind, like camphor, burns itself out, resolving itself into the self. Reaching the source of I is the destruction of the ego. This is prapatti and jnana, and the import of be still and know that I am God. In either case, jettisoning of the ego lands one in the land of the self. Absence of thoughts is bhakti and mukti. As this is achieved by total surrender, surrender is the height of dispassion. Surrender is also synonymous with bliss. Why? Because all the sorrows, pains, dualities and death are to this individual self. When this individual self is lost, bliss alone remains. Thus, self-surrender is eternal happiness. Further, love is not different from the self, and the self is perfection. When one casts off all the limitations, one's limitations through surrender, perfection stands revealed. Bhagavan, moved from the depths of the divine in him, delineates surrender in devotion and vichara as his direct experience, providing the grammar, ideal and norm of surrender. God is Anburu, form of love, and devotion in one's heart and body, melting like wax on fire, Aral Melugai, dissolving in love, with every pore becoming an eye, shedding tears of love and longing, மெய் கண்ணீரால் உருகி. உன்னிடத்தில் ஒப்புவித்த உள்ளத்தால், by the heart surrendered to thee, one beholds thee within and perceives thee in all. Again, சாப்பாடு உன்னை, when the ego is offered as food, the state of quiescence results. சுகக்கடல் பொங்க, சொல் உணர்வு அடங்க, silence, verbal and mental, the ocean of bliss surges. When the I thought perishes, Atman alone remains, which is not other than God. This he says in Ulladhu Naarpadu, Than Kadavul Andri Illadal. Bhagavan's body was knowledge, heart was love, and every pore a rain of grace. And as such, a mere look at him was bliss itself. No wonder the narrative of almost all the devotees is but the repeat of I came, I saw, I was conquered. Instantaneous was the surrender, and equally instantaneous was the acceptance of surrender and reign of grace. Besides being God and Sadguru, he was father, mother, refuge, stay, support, guide, and companion to all. Many enshrined him in the sanctum sanctorum of their hearts, with their mind forever thinking of him, offered their wandering mind to him, the highest offering, thus becoming walking temples. Some others consigned all their burdens, body, and possessions at his feet and marched on the way shown by him with care and need none. While some householders totally surrendered to Bhagavan, though in the world, were not of the world, having one occur in their minds, and a few fully ripe, like flowers unseen, blossomed and spread the fragrance of Swanubhuti. Grace reigned on all equally. After all, who can claim exclusive right to the air that one breathes or the sunshine that one enjoys? The spiritual benefit that one gained depended on one's receptivity to grace, which in turn depended on the extent and the intensity of surrender. Final realization too happened in cases of highest surrender. Mother Alagammal's surrender was perfect and total, for she allowed her mind and heart to be spiritually plowed, planted, deweeded, nurtured and nourished by Bhagavan to gain the richest harvest of mukti. Painiswami's the earliest attendance surrender to Bhagavan was total and full. Though bade by Bhagavan to go his way, within few hours he returned to Bhagavan as a calf to mother cow. Bhagavan guided him in his final moments to reach an exalted realm. Some ladies, reminding us of the Nayanmas of Shiva, took upon themselves the vow and mission of feeding Bhagavan till their last breath in their body and last penny in their hands. Tirumular says, even the merit earned by the erection of thousands of Shiva temples or by feeding thousands of hungry souls cannot equal the merit gained by providing a morsel of food for a jnani. Kere Party, Desuramma, Mudaliyar Party and Echamma belong to this category. Shiva Prakasham Pillai, humble and highly dispassionate, surrendered to Bhagavan saying, you are my Lord, I am your slave. Renouncing job, hearth and home, he lived in solitude, begging his food and practicing self-enquiry as he was taught by Bhagavan. Tirumular again claims that tapasvins who live by alms will be born no more and become recipients of spiritual opulence. On hearing of his end, Bhagavan said, Shiva Prakasham Pillai, Shiva Prakasham Anar, meaning he has become the effulgence of Shiva. Natanananda, hailed by Muruganar as Buddha Nadana Puman, the enlightened Natanananda, won the grace and teaching of Bhagavan. He became a recluse after Bhagavan's nirvana, buried himself in obscurity by living in a colony for Burmese refugees and lived by begging. Later on, he was found by a fellow devotee and was brought to Ramananagar. He enriched the lives of the devotees by his example and explaining the teaching of Bhagavan whenever sought. Let me be a devotee of devotee was the motto of Mastan Swami and Ramanatha Brahmachari. Mastan indeed is a Mahan. A staunch Muslim and an orthodox practicer of Islam, an orthodox and strict Muslim was spiritually highly evolved. The very look of Bhagavan that streamed into him plunged him into a state of quiescence and he stood motionless for hours. He gave up his profession of weaving, wove only for Bhagavan, ate by begging and remained a celibate. Yet he took care of all the devotees who came to him, his village or the nearby villages. On his final day, saying, Devi Apita Kuchamba has come, he dropped his body. Bhagavan, prescribing the rituals due to a jnani endorsed his spiritual stature. Truly, he was to Bhagavan what Kabir was to his guru. Ramana the Brahmachari lost his head and heart to Bhagavan even as a young boy studying in a Veda Pathashala. At the very first sight, he he surrendered, and forsaking free food and lodging, he chose Bhagavan's presence, and he begged food and shared the begged food with Bhagavan. Cleaning the premises of the devotees at Palakuttu, procuring things needed by them, and waiting on late comers were his self-appointed work. He was a source of joy to all, and his surrender was to Bhagavan was total and was recompensed with deliverance. Bhagavan himself assured him that he was realized. The rough and unkind treatment that life meted out to certain ladies, many of them widows and few child widows with not many relatives, developed in them dispassion and devotion, which in turn gained for them a darshan of Bhagavan. His mere presence was a soothing balm to their bruised heart. Surrendering instantly, they started to serve in the kitchen. Their surrender earned for them the extraordinary fortune of the kitchen becoming Adhyatma Vidyashala, a school for the science of Atman. They had Bhagavan exclusively for them daily for a few hours, during which Bhagavan spiritually matured them by his presence and look and teaching Vedantic truths with simple examples from culinary art. No wonder they all became highly evolved souls, but one Shankarama ever abided in the quiescence of the Atman, and this was affirmed by Bhagavan too. Physical service to the Guru is an exalted form of surrender, and the recompense they had was to have Bhagavan exclusively to them. It was then Bhagavan regaled them with episodes from scriptures and his own life, or explained the highest truths. One Shivaratri night, even as Lord Dakshinamurti did, Bhagavan plunged them all into the quiescence of Brahman for hours as he himself sat immersed in the self. Payani Swami, Annamalai Swami, Ramakrishna Swami, Kunja Swami, Madhava Swami, Shivanandam, Venkataratnam, T.P. Ramachandrayar, and all served Bhagavan as attendants. The surrender of Rangan, Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer, Jagadishwara Sastri, Gurram Subbaramaya, and Sub-Registrar was total. They placed the welfare of their entire family at his lotus feet, and we also read how Bhagavan gave them succor at every difficult situation in life. The merit earned and the extent of their mental surrender to deserve so much of Bhagavan's grace is beyond one's comprehension. Devaraja Mudaliyar was one devotee who was as natural, free, and spontaneous with Bhagavan as a child would be towards its parents. He, an embodiment of surrender, served the ashram in his capacity as a lawyer, as an official translator of answers of Bhagavan in English to non-Tamil speaking devotees. The same stately Mudaliyar would stand like a schoolboy with arms folded before his chest, reciting Tayumanavar's songs. The most outstanding of all the devotees is Muruganar, the most humble and self-effacing. Even as Bhagavan was enslaved by Arunachala, Muruganar was enslaved by Bhagavan. Prior to coming to Bhagavan, he had three very strong attachments to his mother, motherland, and mother tongue. His poetic skill was such that he breathed out poetry reminiscent of that of Sangam era and was widely acclaimed by contemporary scholars of Tamil literature. His patriotic songs were indeed inspiring, yet after meeting Bhagavan, he renounced the latter too, and after the end of his mother's sojourn on earth, he resigned his job, forsook family, and lived on begged food. His poetic skill was totally surrendered to Bhagavan, either to hymn him or to propagate his teaching, and he never left the presence of Bhagavan, so much so he came to be known as the shadow and voice of Bhagavan. Many saw Bhagavan through Muruganar, who was the personification of love and surrender. He had eyes and heart for none, as he would often say, his eyes had been blinded by looking at the Son of Wisdom, namely Bhagavan. Whenever he spoke of Bhagavan, tears would stream down his eyes and Bhagavan's presence would permeate the atmosphere. Bhagavan himself vouchsafed liberation for him and has asserted it in a verse written by himself. But the surrender of devotees from various parts of the globe outside India was phenomenal. Braving an unfriendly climate, food unaccustomed to, and absence of creature comforts, devotees like Chadwick, Cohen, Morris Friedman, Arthur Osborne and family, Lucy Cornelson chose to stay in Tiruvannamalai, and most of them never left Tiruvannamalai. Grasping his teaching in full and practicing it thoroughly, they were recipients of immense grace. Mr. Chadwick specially endeared himself to the devotees of Bhagwan by arranging for the continuation of Sri Chakra Puja and the Veda Patashala. The staunch Muslim professor, Dr. Syed, and his wife, by their surrender and grace they enjoyed, proved the heart is I am, Prophet and Christ. What posterity will judge as excellent service to Guru as that of chroniclers and compilers like Munagalla Venkatramaya, Suri Nagamma, Cohen, Devaraja Mudaliyar, Vishwanatha Swami, the biographers like Osborne, BVN, Venkatakrishnaya, and authors of reminiscences. These are but a few, but numberless indeed were those with exemplary devotion and surrender. All of us, I know, at some point of time have felt sad on not having had the fortune of having sat at the feet of Bhagwan or have been looked at him. But he was not the body when he was in the body too. Let us take heart from a few instances. Once Manavasi was walking with Bhagwan up the hill. He felt sort of despondent because he felt that he had not made any spiritual progress and reported it to Bhagwan saying, Bhagwan, is there hope for me? Bhagwan said, there is hope and there is hope. He mentioned it thrice. Let us take heart in that. And once Devaraja Mudaliyar asked Bhagwan, Bhagwan, sometimes I utter thy name without my mind dwelling fully on it. Will I earn some merit? Bhagwan said, you will get grace marks. Let us entitle ourselves at least to it. Natanananda once, after hearing a scholarly discussion on the highest truth in Sanskrit between Bhagwan and some scholars for 3 hours, felt dejected for could not understand any of it. After they went, Bhagwan, looking at him, said, why do you feel dejected? If you are not fit for realization, you would not have come here. We have all come to Bhagwan. If not now, at some point of time, Bhagwan would entitle us for that. During Bhagwan's last days, Guram Subramaya and Sub-Registrar Narayan Iyer went into the room where Bhagwan was lying with the eyes closed. Immediately as they went, Bhagwan opened his eyes, looked at him, asked him, what do you want? Subramaya replied, Abhayam, fearlessness. Bhagwan said, I have already given. At once Narayan Iyer entwined his arm around Subbaramaya's to get him included in the grant of that moon. Let us mentally entwine our arms to that of Sub-Registrar so that we too get included in that. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I'm actually going to read from At the Feet of Bhagavan by T.K. Sundaresh Iyer about the origin of this mantra that we all love. The mantra Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya fascinated me greatly in my early days. It so delighted me that I had always a vision of Sri Krishna in my mind. I had a premonition that this body would pass away in its 40th year, and I wanted to have a darshan of the Lord before that time. I fasted and practiced devotion to Vasudeva incessantly. I read Sri Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam with great delight. Then this line of thought came to me while I had at hand Bhagavan Sri Ramana, who is always himself Vasudeva. Why should I worship Vasudeva separately? Be it noted that all this was in the early days before settling in with Bhagavan in his ashram. So I wanted one single mantra, a single worship, and a single scripture so that there may be no conflict of loyalties. Sri Ramana Paramatman became easily the God to worship. His collected works easily became the gospel. As for the mantra, it struck me intuitively that Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya might be the exact parallel to Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I counted the letters in this mantra and was very happy to find that it contained 12 letters. I told this all to Sri Bhagavan and he gave the mantra his approval. Advanced practitioners and thinkers may laugh at this and say, why do you need a mantra while the ocean of bliss is there to be immersed into directly? I confess that in this I was trying to conform to the traditional practice of upasana, which forms one of the main elements in bhakti. Bhagavan has revealed his true nature as the all-witness. Yet, there is the explicit injunction that Advaita must be only in the attitude and never be interpreted in outer action. This is how the mantra first came about. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. And now I'd like to introduce Ramana Balachandran. Ramana is a Vainika in the Carnatic music tradition. He expresses musical genius from a very young age, and he started performing solo from the age of 12. Ramana has performed over 300 solo Veena concerts, both in India and abroad. He has been a recipient of many prestigious awards. He's also an accomplished vocalist. Above all, he is an ardent Ramana devotee like his parents, and he lives in Tiruvannamalai. Now I would like to invite Ramana to perform his offering. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala 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 Ramanaya. Jnana Guru Paraya Namo Namo Girivaraya. Jnana Guru Paraya Namo Namo Girivaraya. Jnana Guru Paraya नमो नमो गिरिवराय ज्ञान महागुरुपराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय ज्ञान महागुरुपराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय दीनभक्त सुखकराय देवदेव रमणाय ज्ञान महागुरुपराय नमो नमो गिरिवराय दीनभक्त सुखकराय देवदेव रमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ॐ दीनदेह लोक अभिमान में नान्यन दागी दीनदेह लोक अभिमान में नान्यन दागी दीनदेह लोक अभिमान में नान्यनदाகி எதும் உண்மை அறியாதே எண்ணில்லா பிறவியாகி ஈனதேஹ லோக அபிமானமே நான்யனதாகி எதும் உண்மை அறியாதே எண்ணில்லா பிறவியாகி ஞானதேசிகா முடிவில் உன் பாதமே என் கதியாகி ஞானதேசிகா முடிவில் உன் பாதமே என் கதியாகி ஞானதேசிகா முடிவில் உன் பாதமே என் கதியாகி நான் அடைந்தேன் மாம் பாஹி ரமணா ஞான சிவயோகி ஞானதேசிகா முடிவில் பாதமே என் கதியாகி நான் அடைந்தேன் மாம் பாஹி ரமணா ஞான சிவயோகி ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல रमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय ॐ नमो भगवते श्री अरुणाचल रमणाय
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. H.Ammal. Lakshmi Ammal, known to Bhagavan's devotees as H.Ammal, was a native of Mandakalatur, a village about 20 miles from Arunachala. After her marriage, she mostly lived in Karyalur, in Nellore district, the place where her husband worked. Several children were born, but none of them lived for long. 3 years after her first son died, 2 more of her children, a son and a daughter, also passed away. During this period, she dreamt of a young boy who had a clean-shaven head and who wore only a kaupina. She thought she might be a sannyasi. In the dream, he placed something on her palm and then disappeared. When she informed her husband about this, he sent for a man who could interpret dreams. That man suggested the figure was Lord Subramanian, but he could offer no further interpretation. Lord Subramanian was a deity worshipped by her husband's family. The family had their own interpretation of the dream. They believed that it meant they had received the grace of Lord Subramanian, and then the grace would continue to manifest itself in future. When her husband was transferred to Kandakur, the same boy again appeared in her dream. This time he placed something in her palm, a message written in Devanagari script. H.M.L. told him that she couldn't read Devanagari. The dream figure then told her to go and consult a famous Pandit called Paradesa Sastri, adding that he would be able to tell her its significance. This Pandit declared that she had the grace of Subramanian, and she initiated her with the mantra that contained his name. From that day onwards, a flood of misfortune overwhelmed her. In quick succession, her son, her daughter, and her husband all died. These bereavements left her with only one daughter. Having no reason to stay in the town where her husband was formerly employed, she went back to her native place with her surviving daughter. Subsequently, she arranged for her daughter's marriage while she was still only 10 years old. Just days before the marriage, her daughter fell ill and died. 2 or 3 days later, the same mysterious figure again appeared to H.M.L. in a dream. This time, he had a cryptic message for her. Your 3 lives are over. Vishwanath, the Lord of the world, is calling for you. Please return to the hill and disappear. The only part of the dream she understood was about lives being over. A short time later, her last daughter died. This final loss triggered an overwhelming and long-lasting bout of sorrow and depression. Upon advice by her family and friends, she came to Arunachala to seek the blessings of Ramanasramam. She went directly to Virupaksha cave with the lady who had accompanied her from her village. As soon as she saw the Swami, she recognized that he was a mysterious figure who had appeared in her dreams and who, in the last dream, had invited her to come to the hill. She stayed there for an hour, unable to speak. The Swami said nothing to her, but in his presence, all her sorrows melted away. While she sat there, he had no thought of her house or of leaving. Some force seemed to keep her immobilized in front of the Swami. After an hour had passed in this fashion, she made a great effort and forced herself to leave the proximity of the cave. She was not able to stay away for long. From that day on, the Swami attracted her like a magnet. She visited the cave repeatedly and eventually began to take food offerings to Bhagavan. Once the cooking habit developed, she made it part of her routine to serve Bhagavan every day. Even when he went to the very top of the hill, she would climb up there with her daily offering. In addition, she made her house available to all devotees of Bhagavan. The grace that she received from Bhagavan washed away all her previous sorrows so completely that she was soon able to talk about her deceased family members without feeling any unhappiness. In the course of time, she came to regard Bhagavan as her mother, father, guru, and God. After some time, and with Bhagavan's permission, Echamal adopted Chellamal, her brother's daughter. The little girl was well liked in the ashram, and Bhagavan often used to indulge her by playing with her. When she grew up, she married, went to her husband's village, and had a son. This son was named Ramana. Soon after his birth, Echamal unexpectedly received a telegram saying that Chellamal had died. In her early years, such a blow would have caused her old grief and despair to reappear, but now she had found Bhagavan, the one person who could take away her grief. She took the telegram to Bhagavan and showed it to him. Bhagavan shed tears when he read it. In his compassion, he appeared to share her grief. When Echamal went to attend the funeral service of Chellamal, she collected child Ramana, brought him back to Tiruvannamalai, and put him in the arms of Bhagavan. It was a symbolic gesture. She was signaling that both she and the child were utterly dependent on the grace of Bhagavan. Though Bhagavan often encouraged her to stop sending her food, he did not support anyone who tried to prevent her from bringing or sending her daily contribution. In fact, he would not eat if he noticed that Echamal's contribution was not on his plate. Echamal had a desire to become a sannyasi, but Bhagavan would not agree. However, he permitted her to wear the ochre robe. Years later, in fact, just a few years before his own departure, for 2 or 3 evenings in a row, Bhagavan kept a great silence in the hall. There was a blaze of light all around him that new visitors were astonished to see. Someone asked whether this light was always there, and another devotee replied, "No, not always. This light usually shines on 3 occasions: on Kartigai Day, on Mahapuja Day, and on Jayanti Day. This is something special, and a very important event is about to happen." On the night of 20th December 1945, Echamal breathed her last. She had been cooking her food when she suddenly fell ill. After many years of faithful service, she quietly departed. The next day, Lokamal came to Bhagavan and asked for permission to go to town to visit the house of the deceased. She remarked, "Echamal seemed to have gone." Bhagavan replied in a grave tone, "Yes, she has gone. I too wish to go, but the time has not come. What am I to do?" Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. And now I would like to introduce Aditi Balachandran to you all. She moved to Tiruvannamalai with her parents 5 years ago. She has been learning Carnatic music from her aunt, Mrs. Matangi, from the age of 8, and under the guidance of Sushila Mani, has learned many songs on Bhagavan from her grandmother, Mrs. Sublakshmi Swaminathan. I now call upon Aditi to sing. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
அருள் தனை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த ரூப அண்ணாமலை தேவா உன்னடி பணிந்தோர்க்கு அருள் தனை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த அண்ணாமலை தேவா உன்னடி பணிந்தோர்க்கு அருள் தன்னை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த ரூபா அண்ணாமலை தேவா உன்னடி பணிந்தோர்க்கு அருள் தன்னை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த ரூபா அண்ணாமலை தேவா தெரிந்தும் தெரியாமலும் உனையடைந்தோர்க்கு தெரிந்தும் தெரியாமலும் உனையடைந்தோர்க்கு உவந்த கிருபை புரியும் உத்தம ரூபா தெரிந்தும் தெரியாமலும் உனையடைந்தோர்க்கு உவந்த கிருபை புரியும் உத்தம ரூபா சிறியார் தெரியார் என்று சிறுமைகள் செய்திடாமல் சிந்தை மகிழ்ந்தருளும் சின்மய ரூபா சிறியார் தெரியார் என்று சிறுமைகள் செய்திடாமல் சிந்தை மகிழ்ந்தருளும் சின்மய ரூபா உன்னடி பணிந்தோர்க்கு அருள் தன்னை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த ரூபா அண்ணாமலை தேவா கோவையர்கள் தானே என்று பரிஹரித்திடாமல் பரிவுடன் அருள் புரியும் பரமபத ரூபா பாவையர்கள் தானே என்று பரிஹரித்திடாமல் பரிவுடன் அருள் புரியும் பரமபத ரூபா பக்தியுடன் உந்தன் பாதம் பணிவிட்ட பேரை பார்த்து ரட்சிக்கும் பரம கருணா மூர்த்தி தன்னடி பணிந்தோரை தாயல் அன்புடன் நோக்கி அஞ்ஞானம் தன்னை நீக்கும் அடிமை ஜானகி போதா உன்னடி பணிந்தோர்க்கு அருள் தன்னை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த ரூபா அண்ணாமலை தேவா உன்னடி பணிந்தோர்க்கு அருள் தன்னை அளித்திடும் ஆனந்த ரூபா அண்ணாமலை தேவா அண்ணாமலை தேவா
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This verse is from Sri Ramana Sannimudi Murai, Saravana Amudam. True seer who sees in all worlds, not but the supreme reality, he overcame the universe through not but inner strength. Annamalai Ramana, a fortress of security, to devotees his feet, not save their shadow, he is sanctuary for us. பரநல்லது பாராதினை பாராதென்னை பார்ப்பான் பரநல்லது பாராதினை பாராதென்னை பார்ப்பான் புறநல்லது துணையின்றியில் உலகியாவையும் நின்றான் புறநல்லது துணையின்றியில் உலகியாவையும் நின்றான் சரணல்லது அடியார்கருள் அண்ணாமலை ரமணா சரணல்லது அடியார்கருள் அண்ணாமலை ரமணா சரணல்லது மற்றும் ஒரு சரணில்லை நமக்கே ரமணா சரணல்லது மற்றும் ஒரு சரணில்லை நமக்கே. Next, we will have a song by Sahana Ramani. Sahana learned Upadesha Saram among other works of Sri Bhagavan and Sri Adi Shankaracharya at the insistence of her parents, who noticed that she has the ability to grasp and recite slokas after listening to them a few times. The parents help her with pronunciations in Sanskritam and Tamil. She is currently learning to chant the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Now I present Sahana Ramani.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Karturajñaya prapyate phalam karma kim param karma tajjadam kritimaho dadhau patana karanam phalama shashvatam kati nirodhakam ishwararpitan nichaya kritam chitta shodhakam mukti sadhakam kaya vang manah karyamut Tamam pujanam japaschintanam kramat jagata ishadhi yukta sevanam ashtamurti bhriddeva pujanam uttamastavadutchamandatah chittajam japadhyanam uttamam ajyadharaya srutasasam sarala chintanam viralatah param bheda bhavanat sohamityasau bhavana bhida pavani mata bhava shunya sadbhava susthitihi bhavana balad bhakti ruttama ritsthale manaswasthata kriya bhakti yoga bodhascha nischitam vayurodhanaliyate manah jala pakshiva drodha sadhanam Tavayavaschit kriyayutaha shakhayudvayi shakti mulaka laya vinashane ubhayarodhane laya katam punarbhavati nomritam pranabandhanalina manasam ekachintanannashametyadaha nashtamanasut krishtayoginaha krityamasti kim swasthitim yataha drishyava varitam chittamatmanah chittwadarshanam tattwadarshanam manasantu kim margane krite naiva manasam marga arjavat vrittayastvaham vrittimashritah vrittayo mano vidyam manah ahamayankuto bhavati chinvatah aipatat Tyaham nija vicharanam ahaminasha bhajyahamahantaya spurati hrit swayam paramapurna sat idamaham padabhikyamanvaham ahamilina kepyalaya sat चित्तया विग्रहेन्द्रिय प्राणधीतमहनाहमेकसत्तज्जडं यसत् सत्त्वभासिका चित्क्ववेतरा सत्तया हि चित्तया ह्यहम् ईश जीवयोर्विषधिभिदा सत्स्वभावतो वस्तु केवलं वेषहानतः स्वात्मदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनं स्वात्मरूपतः आत्मसंस्थितिः स्वात्मदर्शनम् आत्मनिर्द्वयादात्मनिष्ठता ज्ञानवर्जित अज्ञानहीनचित् ज्ञानमस्ति किं ज्ञातुमन्तरं किं स्वरूपमिद्यात्मदर्शने अव्यया भवा पूर्णचित् सुखं बन्धमुक्त्यतीतं परं सुखं विन्दति ह जीवस्तु दैविकः अहमपि तकं निजविभानकं महदितन्तपो रमणवागियम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is going to be a reading on Sri Sivapragasam Pillai. Sivapragasam Pillai was born on 7th August 1875 in the village of Idayan Palsuri, west of Chidambaram. He had an inquiring mind and an eagerness to understand the truth underlying the appearance of our life in this world. So at college, he chose philosophy as his major subject. While at college, the question, who is this I who whirls about in the world attached to this body, arose spontaneously in his mind. But in spite of studying many books, he could find no satisfactory answer to his deeply felt question, and hence he began to feel a strong yearning to meet a great saint who could give him the answer he was seeking. In 1902, he happened to visit Tiruvannamalai on official duty, and there heard of the saintly and ascetic young man on the hill, whom people referred to with respect as Ramanasramam. Pillai at once climbed up the hill to Guha Namasivaya temple, where the Ramanasramam was staying, and on seeing the divine lustre on the face of the silent young ascetic, felt very strongly attracted to him, like iron to a magnet. Immediately, he asked Bhagavan the question, "Who am I?" which had been haunting his mind for so many years. Little did he know that the young sage he saw seated quietly before him was born into this world with a divine mission, to teach the direct path of self-inquiry, through which alone the true answer to the question, "Who am I?" could be experienced very directly within the heart. Such was the work of divine grace that the worthy disciple Sivapragasam Pillai had been drawn to the great Guru Bhagavan Sri Ramana. The series of questions put forth by Pillai Avargal, that's how Bhagavan referred to Sivapragasam Pillai, and Bhagavan's responses are the treasure trove of wisdom that now guides innumerable seekers all over the world. Sivapragasam Pillai dedicated the rest of his life for contemplation on Bhagavan's teachings. Pillai Avargal continued to visit Tiruvannamalai up to the year 1947, though in the later years, due to old age, he was not able to visit as frequently as before. During his many visits to Sri Bhagavan, especially in the early years, Pillai Avargal received from Bhagavan many upadesas, some of which were of a general nature and some of which were very personal. Many of the more striking of these upadesas have been recorded by him in his poems, Sri Ramana Padamalai, Sri Ramana Sadguru Malai, Sri Ramana Deva Malai, and the Anugraha Agaval. Words from Sivapragasam Pillai's Ramana Padamalai have been set to musical format of Saint Tyagaraja's Pancharatna Kirtanai form by another great devotee of Bhagavan, Srimati Sulochana Natarajan of RMCL. Srimati Sulochana was intensely inspired by Bhagavan's grace to choose the words for these 5 gems from Sivapragasham Pillai's Ramana Padamale. And the work is called Ramana Pada Pancharatnam. The Pancharatna Kirtanais are now featured on Bhagavan's Aradhana, just as Tyagaraja Pancharatnams are sung every year for the Tyagaraja Aradhana. Sivapragasham Pillai passed away in 1948. After that, when Sri Manikam Pillai, his nephew, came to the ashram, Bhagavan inquired about Sivapragasham Pillai's last days. He asked whether Pillai avargal had left any poems behind. The nephew hesitatingly replied, Bhagavan, he did leave some manuscripts with me, but with the instructions that I should burn them after his death and not show them to others. Oh, is it so? Doesn't matter. You can show them to me. From that bunch, Bhagavan picked up one sheet and said, this one is enough, and returned the rest. He picked Pillai avargal's Sri Ramana Vachana Saram, essence of Sri Ramana's sayings. The fact that Sivapragasham Pillai finally achieved the goal of self-realization, for which he so earnestly strove and prayed, was subtly indicated by Bhagavan himself. After Sivapragasham Pillai passed away in 1948, a telegram was sent to Bhagavan conveying the news. And on seeing the telegram, Bhagavan said in Tamil, Sivapragasham, Sivapragashamanar, which means Sivapragasham has become Sivaprakasham, the light of Shiva. Thank you.
Gari
sa 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 ni sa ni pa pa ni sa ri ga ri ri ma pa pa ni sa ni pa pa ma ri pa ma ni pa sa ni pa ma ri ga ri sa. ஜோதிமயமாய் காட்சி அருளும் சுவாமி பாதம் வாழ்கவே ஆதி பகவன் அருளை பெற்ற அன்பன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ஜோதிமயமாய் காட்சி அருளும் சுவாமி பாதம் வாழ்கவே ஆதி பகவன் அருளை பெற்ற அன்பன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே மம மாமரி மா பம பனி பனி சனி நி பாம பம பசனி சரி சனி நி நி சனி பாப சனி பமரே ரி கரி கரி சா. அறிந்தும் அறிந்தோனாக காட்ட அறிஞர் பாதம் வாழ்கவே சிறந்த பக்தி நெறி உணர்த்தும் செம்மல் பாதம் வாழ்கவே அறிந்தும் அறிந்தோனாக காட்ட அறிஞர் பாதம் வாழ்கவே சிறந்த பக்தி நெறி உணர்த்தும் செம்மல் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே பமம பரி கரி சரி கரி சனி பனி சரி கரி சரி மா பாப நி பனி பனி நி ரிம பனி ரி சரி சனி நி கா கரி சனி. பரமிசை போட்டு பக்தியாய் அவன் திருப்பாதம் நேரங்கள் எல்லாம் நினைத்திருவென்று உரைப்போர் பாதம் வாழ்கவே வாரங்கள் எல்லாம் பரமிசை போட்டு பக்தியாய் அவன் திருப்பாதம் நேரங்கள் எல்லாம் நினைத்திருவென்று உரைப்போர் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே பாதம் வாழ்கவே நீ சனி நி பம பசனி நி சா சா பா பரி ரி ரி பமரி நி சனி கரி சனி சனி பா பனி சா பனி பமரி கரி சா. அருளும் அண்ணல் பாதம் வாழ்கவே நஞ்சும் அமுதமாக கொள்ளும் நாதன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே அஞ்சி அடைவோர்க்க பயம் அருளும் அண்ணல் பாதம் வாழ்கவே நஞ்சும் அமுதமாக கொள்ளும் நாதன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே சாரி கரி சனி சானி பாபா பனி சாரி ரி கரி சா கரி ரி கரி ரி கரி ரி கரி ரி பாபா பரி சானி சரி நி சா. மடக்கல் என்போன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே உன்னை காணவோ நூலேன் என்று உரைப்போன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே என்னூல் கருத்து மனம் மடக்கல் என்போன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே உன்னை காணவோ நூலேன் என்று உரைப்போன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் அழகனே என்னுளத்துறை வரதனே நின் பாதம் வாழ்கவே சத்குருவே கடவுளே ரமண குரு பரனே அத்தனே அழகனே என்னுளத்துறை வரதனே நின் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே ரமணன் பாதம் வாழ்கவே.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is Aruna Ramanan of Connecticut Satsang Group. I'm here to acknowledge and express gratitude to all those who made this celebration of Saranagati possible. First and foremost of all, I bow to our Sadguru, Sri Ramana Bhagavan, with one verse from Prapatti Ashtakam, composed by Jagadisha Sastri. Shivam prapadye, Shivadam prapadye, Gurum prapadye, Guninam prapadye, Madhya Hrit Padmajusham prapadye, Sharanyamisham Sharanam prapadye. To Shiva, the bestower of bliss, the store of all virtues, I surrender. The indweller of my heart lotus, I surrender. To the refuge and Lord, I surrender. Next, my humble pranams and gratitude to all satsangis who are watching. Shri Kanakamal has heard Shri Bhagavan define the true meaning of satsanga by saying that the Sanskrit word sat means being and the word sangha to mean melt. Thus, to seek satsanga is conscious movement within by which we melt into being. Next, I would like to extend my immense gratitude to Sri Michael James and Srimati Aparna Krishnamurthy for your immersive speeches. Your words reflect your surrendered spirit and attitude and will inspire us forever. Our appreciation for all the brilliant musicians who gave so much of themselves in their performance. I would be remiss if I did not thank the technical team who put this all together. The technical work, which includes making of the videos, putting in archival pictures into the videos, and also getting live recording from Ramanasramam, and ensuring smooth transitions throughout the program is arduously being done even now by Ananta Gopalan, Raj Bhaskaran, Maitreyi Rajgopal, Hema Venkatramanan, and our Ramanashramam's technical team, Gopal, Tyagu, and Shiva. How can I express enough thanks to you all? Our eternal gratitude to Sri Ramanashramam and to Arunachala Ashrama, our home and sanctuary. The penultimate item in our program is a collection of 3 songs of Sri Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer. These songs, clubbed together by devotees as prarthana songs or songs of prayer, have been translated by Sri Robert Butler. Robert, our gratitude to you for always being so enthusiastic and also responding to us promptly and so humbly. You've been so generous with your time and talent. So we'll continue with the next item, which is the 3 songs of surrender, 3 songs of prayer to our Lord and Master, Bhagavan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. We will start this part of this segment of the program with Tudikya Ariyenaya. Composed between the years 1923 and 1924, this beautiful song, set to Ragam Ananda Bhairavi, calls to attention the red birthmark on Sri Bhagavan's right foot. The lines in the song translate to say, the copious tears of people who come and surrender at your feet have condensed together to form a red mark whose glory is difficult to comprehend, even by the four great saints. This song has interesting connections to Manavasi Ramaswamy Iyer's granddaughter, Srimati Hamsa, and her husband, Sri Ramaya. The first time Hamsa's grandmother, Srimati Subbulakshmi, met Sri Ramaya, it was in Bhagavan's presence when the young man was rendering this very song composed by his future wife's grandfather. This sealed the alliance for Manavasi Iyer's family in Bhagavan's presence. Once when Hamsa came to visit Sri Bhagavan, he was drying his feet, having returned from the hill. He called Hamsa, pointed to his right foot, showed the birthmark, and told her that was what her grandfather wrote about. Years later, while recalling this incident, Hamsa used to tell devotees that all she understood was Bhagavan telling her to just hold on to his feet and nothing else. Here is the English translation of the song, and now I'm turning it over to Srimati Maitreyi Rajagopal for the rendition of Tudikya Ariyenaya.
Tudikariyenaya, Tudikariyenaya, துரிய நிலை பொருந்திய திரு அருள் வடிவான உன்னை துதிக்கறியேனையா. துரிய நிலை பொருந்திய திருவருள் வடிவான உன்னை துதிக்கறியேனையா. கோதிக்கும் மனதே குளிர் கதிக்க இன்பமழை பெய்தூதி குமோன ஞானத்தை விதைக்கும் வித்தகா. கோதிக்கும் மனதே குளிர் கதிக்க இன்பமழை பெய்தூதி குமோன ஞானத்தை விதைக்கும் வித்தகா. உன்னை துதிக்கறியேனையா. ரோமம் சிலிர்க்க கண்ணீர் துளிர்க்க அன்பு தழைக்க உள்ளம் பூரிக்க. ரோமம் சிலிர்க்க கண்ணீர் துளிர்க்க அன்பு தழைக்க உள்ளம் பூரிக்க. விழைந்து மனம் குழைந்து என்னுள் நுழைந்து விண்ணில் அழுந்தி. விழைந்து மனம் குழைந்து என்னுள் நுழைந்து விண்ணில் அழுந்தி. இருந்து தன்னை மறந்து இருந்து தன்னை மறந்து அருள் நிறைந்த எங்கும் பரந்த இருந்து தன்னை மறந்து அருள் நிறைந்த எங்கும் பரந்த அருவே எமக்குருவே இன்ப நிறைவே எந்தன் குருவே அருவே எமக்குருவே இன்ப நிறைவே எந்தன் குருவே உலகின் கொடுமை துயர் பல காலடைந்ததனார்கணி உதிரம் அது மிகவே வடி துணையே சரணனவே அடைந்ததனால் மறு செவலேறிய ஆதினால் வரும் அடைந்தார்கரி அதி தீவர பருவ மருள் பதமேவிய வேதியா உன்னை உலகின் கொடுமை துயர் பல காலடைந்ததனார்கணி உதிரம் அது மிகவே வடி துணையே சரணனவே அடைந்ததனால் மறு செவலேறிய ஆதினால் வரும் அடைந்தார்கரி அதி தீவர பருவ மருள் பதமேவிய வேதிய உன்னை துதிக்கறியேனையா தோரிய நிலை போருந்திய திருவருள் வடிவான உன்னை துதிக்கறியேன் ஐயா
One festival day, HML brought tiffin up to Virupaksha. Ramaswamy Iyer sat dejectedly as Bhagavan and the others made ready to eat the special food befitting a feast day. He excused himself, saying that the rich food would not suit his weak stomach. But when he turned in Bhagavan's direction, the latter beckoned him to join them, and Ramaswamy Iyer felt an irresistible pull. When he was served like the others, Bhagavan ordered him, saying, "Eat." At that moment, Ramaswamy Iyer lost all fear and ate his fill. He did not neglect any of the dishes, even the richest. For those who theretofore would have had no hope of sleeping after violating his strict dietary regimen, it was nothing short of a miracle when he discovered that he slept soundly that whole night at Virupaksha cave. When he awoke at daybreak, he felt fresh like a flower in the dewy grass. It was then that he knew beyond any doubt that his disease had left him once for all. That is when he composed the song Igaparam, set to Ragam Devagandhari. Here is the English translation of the song, and over to Srimati Gayatri Ravi for rendition.
இகபரம் இரண்டிற்கும் தகப்பனியே என்றுன்னை பஞ்சமா அடிந்தேன் ஐயா. இகபரம் இரண்டிற்கும் தகப்பனியே என்றுன்னை பஞ்சமாய் அடிந்தேன் ஐயா. உகப்பு வார்த்தை ஈதன மிக புண்ணகிய நெஞ்சு திகைப்பினால் சொன்ன சொல்லை சுகப்பட சேவி கொள்வீர். உகப்பு வார்த்தை ஈதன மிக புண்ணகிய நெஞ்சு திகைப்பினால் சொன்ன சொல்லை சுகப்பட சேவி கொள்வீர். இகபரம் இரண்டுக்கும் தகப்பனியே என்றுன்னை பஞ்சமாய் அடைந்தேன் ஐயா. முகத்தினில் வாட்டங்கள் சமூகத்தில் யான் கோள சகிப்பதுண்டோ இது காரும். முகத்தினில் வாட்டங்கள் சமூகத்தில் யான் கோள சகிப்பதுண்டோ இது காரும். உன்னை கொண்ட அன்று தோட என்னை கண்ட வினை பயன் நினைத்ததுண்டோ சிறு நேரம். உன்னை கொண்ட அன்று தோட என்னை கண்ட வினை பயன் நினைத்ததுண்டோ சிறு நேரம். மகத்துக்கும் மகத்தான சுகத்துக்கும் சுகமன்றோம். மகத்துக்கும் மகத்தான சுகத்துக்கும் சுகமன்றோம். ஜகத்துக்கு உபகார கற்பகத்தரு அன்றோ பிரபு. ஜகத்துக்கு உபகார கற்பகத்தரு அன்றோ பிரபு. விபத்து நேர்ந்திடா வண்ணம் சுபத்தை தந்தாள வேண்டும். தபத்தில் உயர்ந்த கதியாம் அபய பிரதவேரியா. தபத்தில் உயர்ந்த கதியாம் அபய பிரதவேரியா. இக பரம் இரண்டிற்கும் தகப்பனியே என்றுன்னை பஞ்சமா அடைந்தேன் ஐயா. ஐயா.
One day in 1914, years later, after Ramaswamy Iyer had been transferred to Berhampur, Orissa, several boils appeared on his leg. Besieged with pain, he could hardly walk, but only meditated on Arunachala. No treatment whatsoever proved of any use. But then came a knock at the door. "Who is there?" he asked. "Arunachalam," was the reply. With great surprise, Ramaswamy Iyer found two Brahmins standing at the door. Forthwith, he fell at their feet. "We are coming from Arunachala on pilgrimage to Kasi. Bhagavan asked us to get down here and meet you." When the two messengers of Bhagavan saw his state, they rifled through their bags and took out herbs of tamarind and fragrant gum powders. Once applied to the affected areas, within 24 hours, the boils were gone. It was then that Ramaswamy Iyer understood the fullness of Bhagavan's grace, and it was then that he found words and notes pouring forth from within him, forming themselves into a hymn of devotion that would later be sung by devotees all over the world. Saranagati, Saranagati was originally set to Ragam, Misramand. Here we share the English translation of the composition and invite Srimati Sushila Ramanan and Kumari Swarupa Ramkumar to share the rendition of Saranagati.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Saranagati, Saranagati. Un Parana Saranagati.
இனி புகழ்தோணை தான் ஏது நீ புகழாய் இனி புகழைதான் ஏது நீ புகழாய் சரணா ஆகதி ஸ்மரணாத்யதிபல அருணாச்சல லீலை ரமணா ஸ்மரணாத்யதிபல அருணாச்சல நீரை ரமணா கருணா வருணா ஸ்ரீ ரமணா கருணா வருணா சரணா ஆகதி தருணம் ஏது அன்றோ உன் கருணை நோக்கவே தருணம் ஏது அன்றோ உன் கருணை நோக்கவே கால கரணமாகிடில் செய்வேன் கால கரணமாகிடில் செய்வேன் துன்பை நீக்கி என்பை அளிக்க எந்தன்பா உலக துன்பை நீக்கி என்பை அளிக்க என் அன்பா என் நம்பராமுகம் என்னால் தாழாதையா சேவேதியா என்னும் பராமுகம் என்னால் தாழாதையா ஸ்ரீரமணா சரணா ஆகதி உன் பரணா சரணா ஆகதி இவனுக்கு பங்கஜத்தால் அழகனுக்கு ஓங்கார வடிவனுக்கு பங்கஜத்தால் அழகனுக்கு மங்கா பூகளுடைய எங்கள் குரு ரமணருக்கு மங்களம் ஜெய மங்களம். சத்குரு ஸ்ரீ ரமணருக்கு நாளும் தூப மங்களம். அழகம்மை சுந்தரதம் மாதவ புண்ணியத்தால் அழகம்மை சுந்தரதம் மாதவ புண்ணியத்தால் வையகத்தோர் உய்ய வந்த மௌனரவராஜரேக்கு மங்களம் ஜெய மங்களம். வந்தனீக்கும் ஸ்கந்தாசிரமவாசருக்கு ஸ்கந்தனேயானவர்க்கு ஸ்கந்தாசிரம வாசருக்கு ஸ்கந்தனேயானவர்க்கு வந்தனீக்கும் வேலவர்க்கு முக்தி தரும் சீலருக்கு மங்களம் ஜெய மங்களம். ஜனநாதி பிணி தீர்க்கும் பவரோக நாசருக்கு ஜனநாதி பிணி தீர்க்கும் பவரோக நாசருக்கு நான் யார் என்னும் திருமந்திர போத குருநாதருக்கு ஜனநாதி பிணி தீர்க்கும் பவரோக நாசருக்கு நான் யார் என்னும் திருமந்திர போத குருநாதருக்கு மங்களம் ஜெய மங்களம். சத்குரு ஸ்ரீ ரமணருக்கு நாளும் தூப மங்களம் மங்களம்.
न कर्मणा न प्रजया धनेन त्यागेनैके अमृतत्वमानशुः परेण नाकं निहितं गुहायां बिभ्राजते तद्यतयो विशन्ति वेदान्तविज्ञानसुनिधिस्थार्थसन्न्यासयोगत्यतया शुद्धसत्त्वाहम् ते ब्रह्मलोके तु परान्तकाले परामृतात् परिमुच्यन्ति सर्वे धर्मं विपापं परमेष्मभूतं यत्पुण्डरीकं पुरमध्यस्थगस्तं तत्रापि दर्शं गगनं विशोकस्तस्मिन् यतन्तस्मुपासितव्यं यो वेदादौ स्वर प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परः स महेश्वरः